All right, everybody, good morning. Thank you so much for being here. In case you just wandered in, you are here at the Veterans Memorial Park Smart Rain Garden Pollinator Monitor Training. So if this is not where you were trying to be today, welcome anyway. If this is where you're trying to be today, you're in the right place. I just wanted to thank you all for taking the time to come out and learn about this project going on in the city, a lot of our project partners, and kind of the significance of pollinators in our community, especially, as a built-out Barrier Island community. Brevard County is just a really beautiful, biodiverse place, so learning about these types of flora and fauna and how they kind of help benefit our environment is really great. My name is Lexi Miller. I work here with the City of Cape Canaveral. We have a few other partners that'll introduce themselves a little bit later on. And they're the subject matter experts when it comes to this kind of stuff. I love listening and then parroting. It's really great to learn about, and I love participating. I'm maybe not the person to ask all of those questions, but we have some really awesome, like I said, subject matter experts here today. This is just kind of our itinerary. We're going to be going over some introductions, what lagoon-friendly landscaping is, the basics of butterfly identification. We'll have a break for lunch, some basics on bees, the plants and pollinators that we see in the Veterans Memorial Park Smart Garden, which I'll be talking about what that project is if you haven't heard about it yet, what happens next, and then what our surveying looks like. I know we're a little bit dicey with weather potentially, so we might have to pivot this afternoon. Florida's gonna Florida. But we'll figure it out, and we'll make that call once we get a little bit further along with the day. Alrighty, so kind of the bring it back to the basics of why we're doing this project. So the Veterans Memorial Park Smart Rain Garden is located in what's known as the Presidential Streets neighborhood in the city. It's a very residential, very paved, very built out area of the city. Kind of an inherited geometry is what we might call it on staff, in that in the mid-century, mid-1900s, we had the space race going on. We really just wanted to get people to the moon. So we had roads, houses, infrastructure going up, not really thinking about what does this look like long term? What does it look like during big rain events? And due to that kind of oversight, that not so much of a consideration during that time period, we are now dealing with what I call rainy Tuesdays, which are just kind of these really heavy events that don't necessarily have like a name attached to them, like a hurricane. That caused some flooding, some street flooding in our streets. The stormwater system is pretty regularly overwhelmed. So what you'll notice is that essentially it'll rain, the street will flood, it'll stop raining, the water will sit around for a little bit, and then it'll drain. So during that time period where we're not able to move that water and it's still raining is when it creates a flood threat to property, to cars, to land. And in really, really intense events, it can be a safety issue. To address this systemically, right, because it's kind of stretched in multiple parts of the city, we came up with what's known as the Presidential Streets Master Plan. And if you look on the screen above me and as well as over there, you'll see that the Presidential Streets is outlined in that kind of more highlighted yellow area. So that includes a lot of our beach ends. It includes basically everything from A1A all the way past Ridgewood. Highly residential. A lot of it is in a flood zone, according to FEMA maps, special flood hazard areas. And what our Presidential Streets Master Plan does is put improvements or plan for improvements in those neighborhoods that not only help with things like stormwater and flood mitigation, but also some pedestrian and bicycle facilities, a little bit more beautification. And a lot of that came from the surveys that we've done in the past with the community to see what it is that they feel they can do to thrive in their neighborhood. Is it shade trees? Is it slower speeds? Is it flood control? Is it all of the above? And how do we kind of come to those solutions with infrastructure improvements? So that's kind of what's happening on land in our neighborhoods. And here, a lot of people tend to ask, what does that have to do with the lagoon? A lot of times you might hear about stormwater lagoon, what's the connection? Well, everything that rains, that falls from the sky, hits the ground here, ends up in the lagoon. It goes underground through our stormwater inlets, through a pipe, and then into what we call an outfall into the Indian River Lagoon. We have one at the Center Street Park that services our Center Street Basin, and that's a big portion of the Presidential Streets neighborhood. So a lot of that gets filtered through, or rather not filtered through, put into a pipe, and then out to the lagoon. Now, since about the 1980s, early to mid 1980s, the state, municipalities, counties have worked to create cleaner outfalls, right? So we have treatments that we put in. A lot of them are nature-based, some of them are more hard infrastructure. So we've been cleaning that water for a number of years, a number of decades now. But what we're finding is that we're still getting the flooding, right? Some of those issues that we saw in previous pictures. So in the diagram above me, you can see, you have that residential runoff, rain falls down, it hits hard surfaces like driveways and roads and sidewalks and roofs. And then that enters our stormwater system and outputs to the lagoon. Where pollinators come into play are things that we call nature-based solutions. So recreating or emulating natural processes through construction, right? So our Veterans Memorial Park is a pretty good example of this, and that is a lot of nature-based solutions to some of our flooding issues. It's often called a rain garden or a bioswale, where rain will fall. We'll put it in either a low portion of an area, or we'll maybe build a low portion of an area, filter or drain water towards that. It'll percolate or soak through the soil, and the natural process, a lot of times it's microbes in the soil that eat excess nutrients or pollutants, or it's plants that will uptake those excess nutrients and thrive in those types of conditions. Will serve to remove pollutants from the water. So we're, again, emulating that natural process. Additionally, that volume that ends up in that low area, in that garden or in that bioswale, is volume that does not go into the stormwater system. So it's water that ends up here and soaks into the ground, which is a very natural process that's been happening for ever and ever, versus running off of a road into an inlet, into a pipe, and then out into an outfall. So it kind of creates a separate bucket to put that water so that we're not having as much flooding. And so how this kind of ties into the Veterans Memorial Park Smart Rain Garden project is that about 2 years ago, a year ago, the city was awarded a $1 million grant from the National Science Foundation, which is an organization headquartered in DC that gives out these grants through something called the Civic Innovation Challenge, so the CIVIC program, that partners research institutions with communities to address community problems with community-driven solutions. So the solution of the Smart Rain Garden at Veterans Memorial Park came from a series of surveys, outreach events, workshops, and feedback collected from the community about what was the #1 concern in your area and what are the ways that you would like to see it addressed. So we had subject matter experts, project partners come out to the community, host these events, give a really kind of basic 101 on things like nature-based solutions, so rain gardens, bioswales, green streets, to learn about these and say, hey, what do you think fits in your neighborhood? What do you think looks good? What are your concerns with these types of, this type of infrastructure, this type of solution? And what do you think would be successful? What would you want to see every single day? And so we came up with a smart rain garden, something that was highly native, highly hostable for pollinators, something that you could take a look at and say, wow, that's really beautiful, kind of any time of year. Something that was a little bit rewilding, right? Florida has a really kind of excellent climate for being green year-round, maybe not colorful year-round, but at least green year-round. Things that people could learn about and take back to their own yards, obviously not to the scale of this, but something a little bit emulatable, easy to learn about, easy to identify as well. That's really nice and appreciated in the community. These are pictures of the garden right when it was installed. I think there's been a little bit of growth on some of those plants that you'll see there. But if you haven't had a chance to pass by it, we'll hopefully have one today, weather permitting. But it's really kind of been beautified. You can see some renderings. So in the far corner, there's a rendering there. There's a rendering here and right here. I think the real thing looks better. These were created prior to construction, during design, just to kind of give people an idea of what it's going to look like. The real deal is it kind of blows these out of the water. These are beautiful. We appreciate them. They're great. But the real deal is really kind of taken off and is really gorgeous. When it comes to the benefits of this type of rain garden, they're pretty kind of numerous, right? So we create space to host wildlife, so things like butterflies, bees, birds, these really beneficial pollinators, really beneficial fauna in our area. We improve water quality, right? So those plant roots can uptake nutrients, as well as we're taking water off of the road that would typically enter our already overwhelmed system and putting it into a natural process, into a nature-based solution. And then it's also nice, right? It's kind of nice to not just see something that looks like a stormwater infrastructure. You know, if I said to you, yes, we're putting in stormwater infrastructure at Veterans Memorial Park, you'd probably be pretty bored. But if I said, we're putting in a smart rain garden, we're going to monitor how well this type of solution works. It's going to be beautiful, it's going to be seasonal, it's going to host all of the things that we love to see, like birds and butterflies and bees. That's a lot more appealing. It makes you want to walk by it versus if I say, hey, there's a piece of infrastructure, you should go check it out. It's not quite as exciting. So being able to kind of add value and aesthetic to the community, as well as flood mitigation, pollinator population support, you know, we're really kind of looking to hit a few nails on the head here. This was a really big project. It's still ongoing. The cycle for it doesn't close technically until the end of this fiscal year, so September 30th. We are moving into the monitoring phase, which is what this workshop is all about. Again, a community-driven solution for a community-identified challenge, relying on citizens in the community to help us understand what's out there, how successful it's been, count and ID some pollinators. It can really kind of lend some insight into what the benefits are and being able to show those benefits with data, as well as with community engagement. So these are actually just a few of the project partners on this screen. There's been a whole host of others. If there's any questions about the project before we kind of move into introducing some of our other project partners and talking about, you know, DEP's, the Department of Environmental Protection's Pollinator program, I'll be happy to answer it. But like I said, we got some really rock star partners and subject matter experts today. So I'm sure they'll have much more interesting stuff to ask questions about. Okay, if not, then I'm going to go ahead and bring up Holly, and Mandy, I don't know if you're coming up as well. Holly and Mandy are from IFAS and the Sea Grant Extension, and they'll kind of talk a little bit more about the project and our partners here with the Department of Environmental Protection.
Thanks, Lexi. So like Lexi said, I'm Holly Abeels. I'm with University of Florida IFAS Extension and Florida Sea Grant, and my colleague Mandy Bailey. We are, as part of this project, developing along with DEP the pollinator monitoring program for this project. So Emily's going to come up in a minute and talk about the Indian River Lagoon Aquatic Preserve and the pollinator monitoring project that she started in Titusville at their office. And since I have learned about this project, I thought this would be a great way to maybe move her monitoring program to this new garden and to get the community involved. As Lexi said, a big part of this project since the beginning has been talking with community members and getting feedback and information about what it is that you guys all want to see, and to try to engage community members as much as possible in this project. And having community members go out and actually look for pollinators, butterflies and bees in this case, is a great way for you guys all to be engaged in the project and to tell others about what it is that you're seeing. And we have, since the completion of the project, seen already tons of pollinators at the site. So it's a great way to kind of see how that progresses over the time frame of the project and into the long term as well. So because as the plants grow, we're going to be seeing lots of changes, and it'll be nice to see kind of what happens, not only when this project ends technically in September, but further on in the years, as long as people want to continue to be engaged. So today what we're going to be doing is actually talking about what this monitoring program is going to look like, how you all will be involved, and you'll be learning a lot about butterflies and bees, probably more than you even thought you could possibly know about butterflies and bees. And so to help us with that part, I'd like to introduce Emily Sermont with the Florida Department of Environmental Protection Indian River Lagoon Aquatic Preserve. And she's going to introduce not only her program, but talk a little bit more about how this pollinator monitoring program started at her Titusville office. So Emily.
Thanks, Holly. Good morning, everyone. You're going to hear me talk a lot today, so sorry, but it'll be some fun stuff. So really quickly, I'm just going to talk about who I am and who I work for and kind of why we're here. So I actually work for the Florida Department of Environmental Protection, so you've probably heard of us. State parks are run by DEP. Also, all of the permitting for, let's say, new communities, or for us specifically, we have to look at a lot of permitting for docks and things on the Indian River Lagoon because I do work for the aquatic preserve. So we have environmental permitting, air pollution, we have a whole department for that, water quality, state parks, anything that really has to do with managed land and environmental resources in the state of Florida, DEP handles. We are partners. Our sister organization, you could say, is FWC. They handle wildlife and species specifically, whereas we look more at habitats and environmental health. And then specifically, I work for the Aquatic Preserves Office. So we have 42 aquatic preserves throughout the state of Florida at the moment. How many of you have heard of the aquatic preserves? Okay, those are the people I expected to know about the aquatic preserves. So we're kind of a program that not a lot of people know about, but like I said, we have 42 throughout the state, and we actually have 7 within the Indian River Lagoon. So if you look on the screen above me or over on the other side of the room, all those areas in yellow are our 7 Indian River Lagoon aquatic preserves. So you can see our furthest south is all the way down in Palm Beach County, down in Jupiter, northern Palm Beach County area, and our furthest north is Mosquito Lagoon in Volusia County. So those aquatic preserves span almost 100,000 acres. And there is myself, my coworker Tirza, and then 3 other folks that manage all of those areas and work on projects throughout all those yellow areas there. We manage over 150 of the spoil islands, so if you all have ever been out on a boat and visited any of the islands in the lagoon, we manage those for recreation and conservation. And most of the things we do are in the lagoon, so seagrass surveys, oyster reef monitoring, a lot of bird nesting monitoring, some turtle stuff, so mostly biological and habitat monitoring within the IRL. And then we decided we were going to move upland. So we mentioned a little bit so far this morning that connection between land and lagoon coming from runoff entering the system. So that's sort of what led the Indian River Lagoon Aquatic Preserves to start focusing a little bit on our uplands. I'm going to skip ahead a little bit, just kidding. I'm going to skip to here. So you can see the 3 basins of the IRL on this slide. And the watershed for those 3 basins is quite large. So our watershed for the IRL is actually it's larger than the state of Delaware. So a huge land mass that most of us live in. If you live in Cape Canaveral, you're definitely part of the watershed. If you live anywhere on Merritt Island, you're definitely part of the watershed. And even land to the west on the mainland. Up in the northern lagoon area, the watershed isn't as wide. You're part of the watershed if you're in Titusville proper and Cocoa proper. It gets a little skinnier in that northern part. But once you get down into the southern part of the IRL, like around Stewart and Fort Pierce, that watershed goes all the way west to the edge of the map. So really, really large land mass that when rain falls within that area, all that water makes its way to the lagoon through either stormwater treatment, canals, things like that. So as soon as rainwater hits land within the lagoon watershed, it makes its way into the lagoon, and that's where we get a lot of freshwater input, and then with that comes a lot of nitrogen pollution from landscaping, agriculture, and human waste as well. So that is a big impact on our lagoon water quality. So the idea of us sort of having our own native plant garden and talking a little bit about lagoon-friendly and Florida-friendly landscaping is bringing up to the community that a lot of our water quality and water condition issues start on land with humans. These issues didn't just appear in the lagoon on their own. A lot of them, unfortunately, are tied to us and what we do with our wastewater, with our stormwater, but also as individuals living within the watershed, what we do with our lawns has a really big impact on the lagoon. So we kind of chatted about this a little bit. The lagoon is a wonderful, wonderful place. I'm super happy to work here, and this is a cool project for us. Most of what we do is in water, in the estuary, but it's cool to be able to come on land and talk to everyone that lives within the watershed and within the community, and not just those folks who get time out on the water. There is a lot that's being done in addition to lagoon-friendly landscaping, so it's not just all on the citizens. Lexi talked a little bit about what the City of Cape Canaveral is doing, but there's also lots of action being done on the federal and state level. So for DEP, we have B-maps, and those are plans usually, I want to say, on the 5-year scale, 3 to 5 year scale, that are being done throughout the watershed to kind of help with that nitrogen and freshwater loading into the system. And then the Indian River Lagoon National Estuary Program has their Comprehensive Conservation Management Plan, that CCMP, and that I want to say is more on 10-year timeline. Big changes that are going to happen throughout the watershed and with different programmings, again, to kind of help reduce that nitrogen load in the lagoon, help with that pollution and that runoff to make the lagoon water quality a bit better over time. So there are these organizations and agencies doing these big projects, but in the meantime, we can all help through lagoon-friendly and Florida-friendly landscaping. So everyone within the watershed, if you own a little parcel of land, there's things that you can do to help mitigate some of the impacts that we have on the lagoon by trying to hold some water on your property with native plants or things like rain gardens. You can set up little rain gardens around your home using rocks and things like that. When we go out to the site, hopefully you guys can get some inspiration from there. But using native plants, avoiding fertilizers as much as possible, avoiding irrigating as much as possible. If you have a bunch of native plants, you don't have to water them as often as you have to sod. So those things help the lagoon immensely. But another cool thing that comes from lagoon-friendly and Florida-friendly landscaping is the cool critters that you can have start to visit your landscape. So we implemented our native plant garden in Titusville in September of 2021. And we used, I want to say, originally 23 different native plant species. And we do our monitoring there. We monitor for butterflies and bees in the garden area, and then we actually walk right across the street and monitor the same size area on a traditional lawn. So that lawn is mowed, has really nice green sod. They use a lot of watering, probably a bit of fertilizer and some weed killer as well. So that really traditional idea of what lawns are supposed to look like. And on our side of the street, we see tons and tons and tons of butterflies and bees buzzing around everywhere, so many that it's hard to count. And then we walk across the street and kind of see nothing most of the time. Sometimes we'll have some butterflies fly by, but the numbers are pretty drastic. And on this slide is a few pictures of some of the butterflies we see in our garden. So these are all from our iNaturalist page that anybody can check out anytime to see what cool critters we're getting. And then same for bees. So we have a lot of diversity of our native bees and butterflies in our garden, and hopefully when we go outside today, you guys can see some in the rain garden, and we'll be talking about them a lot throughout the day. So by the end of the day, hopefully you'll know the groups and names of all these critters on these 2 slides at least. There's lots and lots of them, so we'll get into it later on. And now it's time for, Holly, are you coming back up, or is it, not sure who wants to talk next.
That's fine. So we just wanted to just kind of quickly highlight and show you what the rain garden looked like before and after. So the top right picture is just a Google Maps image of what the landscape looked like last July. So construction of this project actually started in January. And so it looks very different than what it looks like here now. So the bottom picture was actually a picture we just took like 2 weeks ago. So construction started in January. It finished up, I believe it was like the end of March or so, beginning of April. We had, I see a couple of familiar faces. We had a Saturday where where community members could come out and plant like the last of the plants into the garden, which was a really fun morning. I think we had maybe like 400 plants that we had to get in the ground, and it took like 30 minutes for all the people that showed up to do it, and we mulched and everything like that. And so today it looks like this, and it actually just continues to grow as the weeks and the days go by. I think every time I go out there, I see something that's gotten bigger, something new, different pollinators. So we're really excited to have all of you come out today just to also be excited about the project and hopefully to help us monitor those bees and butterflies as we go through the season. So for the rest of today, what we're going to be doing is we're next going to be going into a presentation about butterfly anatomy and identification. Then we will break for lunch, for a quick lunch, and then in the after lunch, we'll be doing the bee anatomy and identification. And then we'll talk after that about what the monitoring will look like, what the surveying will look like, kind of what we're thinking about, how community members will be involved, and sort of the frequency and the length of the survey, everything like that. And then we'll get to go out and actually look at the site and do some kind of practicing of looking at the site and identification. So do anyone have any questions about what we've talked about so far this morning, or about what the rest of the day will look like? Yes, Rhonda.
Rain garden. What defines it as a rain garden? To me, that's kind of not deceptive term, but
Yeah. Yes, yeah, it is. And so, I mean, we wanted to make sure, I guess for, I don't know, advertising, marketing, like making people kind of understand like what it is. So rain garden meaning like an area that has, can accumulate water into the area, and that's where the water will kind of settle and then sort of drain back into the ground, like Lexi was talking about earlier. So it can take all different shapes and sizes. Ours is obviously very large because it's in a park, but you can have small little rain gardens. Actually was in Hershey, Pennsylvania last week, and I got to do a tour of Hershey Park, and they've installed all kinds of rain gardens at their park to help alleviate stormwater runoff. And they had all different sizes, so they would have just like little garden or little plants around like different signs where you could see there's like outfalls of where the water can go in off the sidewalk. They had much larger ones as well. So they all different sizes, and it's basically you're just trying to have the water flow into an area where it can stay, and then the plants are adapted to being dry some of the time, being wet some of the time, can help absorb some of that water. Yes, Dennis?
You also take into account host plants?
Yeah, so we'll talk afterwards. The last presentation today, we'll talk about the different plants that we do have, and I've identified the different butterflies and bees that would consider those host plants. We wanted to make sure when we chose plants for the garden that they were all natives in general. We do have cannas, which technically I guess you would say would be not native, but are a typical plant you find in like wet areas. So we wanted to make sure we just included plants that people could see not only the beauty of it, but also the functionality, and ones that we knew that would be attractive to different pollinators as well. So, yes? There is an irrigation system, so to get it established, because usually with the first maybe couple to 6 months, you do need to water in order for the plants to get established and to grow. But after that, really, and that's just for kind of like the beginning part of the system. There are inflows where water will go into the system, and that will be for watering the plants. But we are in a little bit of a drought. But once we kind of get through like the rainy season, later on, probably later this year into next drought, kind of early drought season, when it's not raining as much, we probably won't need to irrigate as much because the plants are native and adapted to kind of this drier weather. But there is an irrigation system because any time you put plants in the ground, you do need to water them, even if they are native, in order for them to kind of get established and to grow. So, other questions? Okay, as we get the next presentation up, if you want to come up to this table here, we have some clipboards and some notepads and pens and some handouts that you can take, and this is where you can write notes on all the things that Emily will be talking about. And it'll just give you a minute to kind of stand up as we get to the next presentation. So come on up and grab some handouts, notepads if you want to just take a couple sheets and put them on the clipboards.
don't know. Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead and get started learning a bit about butterfly ID. I guess before I hop into that, I should ask, does anybody have any questions about the aquatic preserves or DEP or any of the things that I mentioned earlier? I didn't really take a second to see if anybody had any questions. So, okay. Oh, go ahead. Um, yeah, so are you referring to the waterway that connects Lake Okeechobee to the east and then to the west? So the question was, who has jurisdiction over that? Yeah. Okay. How that relates to the Yeah. Yeah, so I'm sure everyone has been hearing a lot about Lake Okeechobee discharges because we just had to go through some this past February, I think, March. I don't know what month we're in right now. But for the Lake Okeechobee releases, it's U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. So it's federal government that oversees that for flood control and safety, and also for the health of Lake Okeechobee, because if the lake is too high or too low, it's really bad for the ecosystems out there as well. So that's Army Corps that makes those decisions of when and how much water they're going to release. We at the aquatic preserves don't have much say in that, and we're very aware of how that freshwater negatively impacts the St. Lucie estuary. One thing about those Lake Okeechobee releases when it comes to us and all the areas that we manage, it really only impacts one area that we manage, being the St. Lucie estuary. So when that water comes from Lake Okeechobee east, it goes through the St. Lucie estuary into the southern Indian River Lagoon and then out the St. Lucie Inlet. So it really negatively affects that region when they do those releases, but it doesn't have any effect on the waterways north of there. So Banana River and the Indian River Lagoon proper and Mosquito Lagoon, there's no effect from Lake Okeechobee in these northern areas where, you all still get really large and devastating harmful algal blooms up here, but that is caused by different impacts within the watershed in this northern area because that water in the south really stays down there and doesn't travel north. So I don't know if I want to say unfortunately, but there's lots of different reasons for water quality and condition issues in different areas of the lagoon. Every sort of stretch or region is different impact-wise. So up here you all have a lot of people on septic tanks, which has a negative impact on the lagoon because nitrogen pollution will move underground into the lagoon from those septic tanks. And wastewater treatment and stormwater runoff from things like that. Whereas once you get down into the southern IRL, there are those big impacts from agriculture from Lake Okeechobee. So it's different depending on where you are in the lagoon. So we also have to use different solutions to address those problems. Yeah. Any other lagoon questions? Because that's really my expertise. I've gotten into bees and butterflies over the last couple of years for this project, but if I had to give myself a title, it would be estuarine ecologist. But I have fun with the bees and butterflies, so I hope to introduce you all to them so you can have some fun too. So today we're gonna go over, I would say butterfly basics, butterfly ID, and then we'll do a little quiz at the end and see if we can identify some things. So we talked a little bit about this when we were just speaking about moths. So butterflies are just a group of day-flying moths, really. They're all in the same family, Lepidoptera. And butterflies are really just moths that are active during the day when you really break it down using taxonomy. So because they're active during the day, they have bright colors. Butterflies also usually have clubbed antennae, so you can see it on that zebra longwing, little knobs at the tip of the antenna instead of, oftentimes moths will have like feathery looking antenna. Butterflies usually, maybe sometimes, rest with their wings together. We'll talk about that a little bit as we go through. There are some groups that rest with their wings open, but a lot of times you'll see them on plants with their wings closed, whereas moths usually have their wings in different positions, like folded over their body. We'll see pictures of that towards the end of the presentation. And we pay a lot of attention to adult butterflies, but that's only one stage of their life cycle, right? We're all very familiar with butterfly eggs turning into caterpillars, which eat all the host plants and then form chrysalis and emerge as adults. So if you do end up volunteering at the rain garden, or you have a garden in your own lawn, you might notice eggs, caterpillars, and chrysalis, especially on host plants. So we have a lot of different groups of butterflies. They're all on that front page of the packet, and then all listed here on the slide. So this is just so we're able to go through all these different groups and keep everything straight. When we're talking about butterflies, we're going to use dorsal to talk about looking at them at a view from above, ventral as in below. So the ventral side of a butterfly would be where you would see its legs and its underside, whereas the dorsal would be the top, where we often see them from that view quite a bit, especially in these pictures. And then forewings are going to be their front wings, and hind wings are going to be their back wings. I may just use above, below, front, and back, but dorsal, ventral, forewing, and hind wing would be the more official way to talk about it, but we'll see how I feel as we go through. So we have 8 major groups of butterflies in this region of Florida. There is some regional variation. They might have some different species to the north of us and a few more species to the south, but these are the 8 major groups that we would see, I would say, pretty much throughout Florida, but especially for us in this sort of eastern central region of the state. So we have swallowtails, whites, sulfurs, hair streaks, blues, metal marks, brushfoots. They're the largest family of butterfly, so there's a lot of different groups under there. And then we have our skippers, which again have a lot of different species. We have spread-wing skippers, grass skippers, which there's a lot of, and I think they all look exactly the same. And then giant skippers. So we'll dig into that. So before we sort of jump right in, morpho groups are groups that are just put together based on how things look or their morphology. So for butterflies, we do sort of follow family and genuses, and they do kind of fall nicely into those categories. Once we get into bees, things kind of get all over the place. So for our monitoring that we'll use at the rain garden, and what we currently use for the DEP garden, is all based on what things look like. So just because things are grouped together doesn't necessarily mean they're very closely related. It's all just based on how things look, because we're doing visual observation. So we're not actually catching things and putting them under microscopes and identifying them to the species. We're just saying, I saw 3 white butterflies, and then we can assume it was 1 out of these 5 when I go to crunch the data later on. So here's those morpho groups again, and same that's on this front page of the ID packet, little notes or easy, quick clues to help you remember what the butterflies in those different groups look like. So swallowtails have tails, whites are white, sulfurs are yellow, hair streaks have thin tails that look like hair, blues are tiny and have little dots, metal marks are also tiny and have metallic markings, leaf mimics look like leaves, ladies and admirals are leaf mimics. They look like leaves, but they have a little bit of flair, like a lady or an admiral will. I didn't name these butterflies, so just bear with me. Some of them look like how they're described in other ones. I'm like, I don't see it, but we're going to roll with it. Heliconians and fritillarias have long wings. We'll get into those. Crescents are small. Buckeyes have eye spots, so that's an easy group to remember. Emperors, a little bit hard to remember. They're just medium butterflies that are orange that have some ventral eye spots. Royalty, so that's the monarch group of butterflies. And then we have spread-wing skippers, which rest with their wings open. So again, I said most, if not some butterflies rest with their wings closed. This is a whole group that rests with their wings open. So we have long-tail spread-wing skippers, cloudy-wing spread-wing skippers, and dusky-wing spread-wing skippers. Then we have grass skippers, which look like jet planes, and giant skippers, which are just big jet planes. So you'll see as we go through, hopefully this will start to make a little bit more sense, and you'll be able to see those patterns. Any questions so far? Okay, awesome. So we'll start with swallowtails, which have tails. They're big, they're large, they're usually dark colored with a lot of bright markings. There's one butterfly in this morpho group that's actually not a swallowtail. It's a red-spotted purple, which is a brushfoot butterfly. But it does a pretty good job of pretending that it's a swallowtail, so that's how it ended up in this group. So swallowtails can be, like I said, they're our largest butterflies that we have, so they can be 2.5 to 6.5 inches in wingspan. So pass these around. So this is their size range. This is a little dramatic. This is as big as they could possibly get. But we can pass these two around so everybody has a visual. So for recording purposes, we're passing around our size references. So that's why I had to step away from the microphone for a second. But as you can see from the ridiculous size cutout, swallowtails can get pretty big. So now we'll just go through species by species. Zebra swallowtail has zebra stripes. And before I really start cranking through, and it seems very overwhelming, you do not need to remember all of these species to do monitoring, either at the rain garden or at the Titusville garden. Again, we're just doing everything based on morpho groups. So you see a big butterfly that's bright and has these little tails at the end of the hind wings, you just write down swallowtail, and that's it. You don't have to remember which one it is. If you do, I can give you some kudos and bonus points when I'm going through the data and be like, oh, they got it to a species. But even then, I'm probably just gonna, when we do calculations, put it as a swallowtail and not even to the species. So you really don't need to stress out about it at all. Again, it's just swallowtail, check, and that's it. So eastern tiger swallowtail has tiger stripes. Pipevine swallowtail has this dark coloring, and there's a couple of these swallowtail or swallowtail mimics that try to act like pipevine swallowtails because these are actually butterflies whose caterpillars eat, I want to say it's birthwort, but a plant that has toxic compounds so that when predators go to take a little nibble of the butterfly, it doesn't taste so good. So we have multiple butterflies that act like a pipevine swallowtail, like this one, spicebush swallowtail. Also, they're all just hopping on the poisonous bandwagon here. Giant swallowtail is really large, has this signature sort of X on the forewing. Eastern black swallowtail. I can make these PowerPoints available for everyone, especially if you monitor for us, so you can use them as guides and click through them anytime, and they have, as you can see, these indicators on the slides to show exactly this dot means that it's this species, and then this coloration here, but for the sake of time and for us all not to get bored to death, I'm not going to go into all of these intricate little marks. We're just, again, going to get the idea of all these butterflies are swallowtails, and that's what we're going to write down on the data sheet. Pollinator swallowtail, again, big, beautiful, dark colored. You can see on this slide it's pointing to that bar there for this species. Polydamas swallowtail. And then here, again, is our little weirdo, I guess. It doesn't belong in the swallowtail group. It's our red-spotted purple. So this is actually a brushfoot butterfly, which we'll talk about a little bit later. But as you can see in that bottom right photo with the dark wings and the bluish color, they can be easily confused with swallowtails. They just don't have the little tail at the bottom. But I had a friend actually that just saw one of these the other day, and she is really big into butterflies, very passionate, and she mistook it for a swallowtail at first. So even people who spend a lot of time around these guys at first glance can think that they're a swallowtail, so that's why we threw them in our swallowtail morpho group. So again, if you write down swallowtail, perfect, that's it. These guys are included in there. So that's our first group, swallowtails, done. So again, just bright, colorful, have those little tails at the end. Easily recognizable butterflies, I would say. It's only gonna get smaller from here, because those were our big guys. Our next group is going to be whites. So all of these butterflies are white, pretty easy to remember. Small to medium size, and they love sunny open areas. And we get sort of an influx of great southern whites this time of year, actually. You've probably seen a lot of them as you've been driving around, or if you've been spending time by the lagoon, there's a lot of great southern whites using some of those coastal plants as host plants. Oh, thank you. Yeah, perfect. Whatever it says on there is a size range. Yeah, so they range from about 1.5 to 3.5 inches. And thank you so much, Holly, for passing around our next little size indicators. So again, when you're doing monitoring, you see a white butterfly, you write down white, we're good. If you can get it to species, that's awesome. just because I think it's fun to challenge yourself and get it to species, but we're really just looking for those morpho groups, so nothing crazy. Great southern white, I would say, is our most common species of white butterfly that we have in the region. These guys are cool. If you're really trying to get to species, a great indicator is that their clubbed antennae are blue. So all the other whites will have kind of just black or gray clubbed antenna, but these guys have that distinct blue clubbed antenna, the little blue on the ends. They can have sort of these black wing margins, and just kind of, yeah, a medium-sized white butterfly. Usually going to be a great southern white, but we don't want to be writing species unless you're 100% sure that that's what you saw. Otherwise, you're just going to want to write white. Just so that we know that our information is accurate. It's always better to be more general and write down the correct thing than to try to get specific and write down the wrong species. Because we're trying to make this as rigorous as possible so that we can use the data to show the rest of the IRL region the benefits of lagoon-friendly and Florida-friendly landscaping. So we want to make sure that our data collection is correct. So we want to make sure that we're being, again, more general and correct than specific and incorrect. One tricky thing about the great southern whites is the females especially can kind of start to look gray. But they'll still have that blue clubbed antenna. And you'll see the more and more that you're out in the field looking at butterflies, you sort of start to see the body shape and the general coloring, and you can start to put them in the categories. It's really, experience goes a long way, I would say, for butterfly identification. So then we have our checkered white, which has checkers. We don't see this guy as much. Cabbage white, so our cabbage white has dark four-wing tips there on the edges, and then these black spots. And then Florida white. Probably not going to see these, but still going to include it just in case. Climate change is making species dispersal a little bit funky as things get warmer, so this is a South Florida species, but we'll see. They have a historical record in Brevard County, but we usually don't see these guys. It would be pretty rare. Usually, again, it's the great southern white. And then one butterfly that does not belong in this category, but we throw into this morpho group, is the white peacock. So unlike the other white butterflies, these guys have a little bit more pizzazz. So they have these spots, a little bit of orange coloring, more pattern than the other white butterflies do. But we're going to put it in this category just because it still kind of looks like them. This is probably a butterfly that once you get a little bit of experience, you can get down to species because it's a little bit more distinct than the other ones. But again, we want to keep it general. If you just write white, check, you're good. We'll count it. Any questions about white butterflies? Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I live in Aviolianic, and I'm seeing the south one,
Okay.
pure white.
Okay. So the great southern white can also, the dorsal side, the top view can give you more of the black. Some of them do look just plain white. So it's probably a great southern white that you're seeing. So if you look at where is it oriented on that screen? The bottom photo, where that butterfly looks pure white, they look very similar to the Florida white. I can check and see if anything has been updated, but as far as I know, this butterfly has not been found in Brevard County for a very, very long time. So it's probably, that is one thing. We do a lot of this monitoring based on coloring. But coloring can vary depending on the time of year that you see the butterfly and how early or late in the season they emerge. So some of them can look darker. Like we said, some of the females can look even grayish. And then some of the males at certain parts of the season can be really, really white. So again, that's why we're putting things in morpho groups. So if we're doing monitoring, you just write white butterfly and you're good, you're covered. That's all we need to know. Because especially once we get into bees, you have to use microscopes to determine the difference between species. Butterflies, you can kind of get to if you take a picture and then we go over it and we look through the ID books. But yeah, definitely want to stick to the morpho groups because the Florida white is really unusual outside of South Florida currently. But as usual, things get updated, so I will double check. But yeah, up here we should mostly be seeing great southern whites. Yeah, and it's always best to use multiple identifying characteristics. So for the great southern white, the antennas will always be blue. That is something that you can look for. I guess with the nature, I should never say always, but for our purposes, they're always going to be blue. For that species, that is a signature characteristic. So the colors of the butterflies can change seasonally. And then too, for us in our eyes, people see colors a little bit differently. So we talk about sort of body shape and outline, color, and then some of those identifying characteristics that are true for the species.
When they first come out, do they grow? Does their wingspan grow, or do they always, are they change and they're always that same size when they come out of the cocoon?
Great question. And I didn't really go into much basic butterfly life cycle information at the beginning, so I apologize. So with adult butterflies emerging, they sort of stay the same size for that adult part of their life cycle. The amount of time that adult butterflies live ranges quite a bit. So smaller species usually only live about 2 weeks. And again, it's the end of their life cycle. So the purpose of adult butterflies and them emerging and suddenly having wings is for genetic dispersal, and so that they can fly farther distances to mate and spread their genetics farther than if they stayed a little caterpillar. They're not really getting anywhere because the egg hatches on the plant, they stay on that plant and grow. Turning into that adult butterfly allows them to go off and spread their genetics across the region. So for small species, it can be like 2 weeks, so they stay the same size that whole time. Whereas larger species in warmer climates live longer. So there's a lot of butterflies in the tropics that get really large. Our largest butterflies in Florida hit that 6.5-inch wingspan, but there is a butterfly, I think in Papua New Guinea, that reaches, I want to say 12 inches in wingspan. So tropical butterflies can get really, really big, like the size of birds. In those butterflies, those big ones tend to live longer. Another butterfly species that lives longer is monarchs because they migrate typically. So butterflies that migrate live longer, big butterflies live longer, but the small ones don't live as long. And they all, once they emerge, that's their full adult form. They don't change much after that. Another thing that can happen with butterfly ID is sometimes butterflies get nibbled on by birds and lizards. So they could be missing that chunk of their wing that you need to identify them down to species. So again, that's why we use morphogroups. Caterpillars are a really important food source for other animals, especially birds. Without caterpillars, a lot of our birds wouldn't survive, especially our migrating bird species. Adult butterflies aren't as much of a food source, but yeah, every once in a while a bird will take a nibble, or a lizard, or a bigger animal like that. Any other questions about life cycle or butterflies in general? And as you think of them, ask away, and I'll try to answer the best that I can. So those are all of our white butterflies, and again, the white peacock is thrown in there. All of those butterflies like full sun. Butterflies in general love warm weather, so that's why we have to do our pollinator monitoring in the middle of the day when it's nice and hot here in Florida, because that's their favorite time of day. Even though we like to hide inside in the hot summer in the middle of the day, they love it. So we got to get out there and check for them then. Sulfurs are in the same family as those white butterflies. And again, they like that full sun. They really like the heat. And these guys are also small. So they're about 1 to 3 inches in wingspread. And their host plants tend to be pea plant species. And again, they can have these sort of darker winter forms and then lighter spring forms, but the general color and characteristics we can apply to the whole group. So this one's very common. We see cloudless sulfurs all the time, and they can be found all throughout the Americas, pretty much from Canada down into Patagonia. So these guys are widespread. This and the orange-barred sulfur are our two biggest sulfur butterflies. So these guys can look greenish sometimes, usually this kind of light yellow color, decent size. Again, these guys would be pushing more towards that 3-inch size. And we see these butterflies a lot. I'm sure you all have seen them. And after this training, you'll probably notice them even more because they're everywhere. Orange-barred sulfur is another large sulfur. There's really only 2 large sulfurs. This one is usually darker yellow, and it's found more in South Florida. It does regularly move northward and then kind of back down. It's not considered a resident in this region. I haven't seen one up here, but I have seen some, I believe, in Fort Pierce, where my main office is located. So there's even a little bit of difference in that hour-and-a-half drive from Fort Pierce to here that I'm pretty sure I've seen orange-barred sulfurs down there, but I've only seen cloudless sulfurs up here, I believe. Again, butterflies are hard because they're flying by really fast. So you just write large sulfur on the paper, write a little tally, and that's it. Give the data to me, we crunch it, and then we have beautiful statistics to show people. Probably a couple months later, because you got to give me more time to crunch the statistics. But if you guys just write large sulfur, you're good. Now we're getting into sort of our medium or small sulfur. So we break our sulfurs into two categories for monitoring, large and small. So those are our only two large, the cloudless and the orange barred. The rest of these are in the small sulfur category. So they range from probably like 2 inches down to 1 inch. The southern dog face. So can you see the dog face on the forewings? So there's a black eye, and then the yellow is the dog. I guess it kind of looks like a poodle with like a fluffy head. And then I say you can see the dog eye on the ventral side, that black with the white dot in the middle. Again, I didn't name these. These are the names in the textbooks. But that's our southern. Yeah, it's like a side profile of the mouth and the head. So that's a southern dog face. They would have to land for you to identify them down to species, because when these sulfurs fly, they flutter pretty close to the ground usually. The smaller ones, it's very fast, so you just see flashes of black and yellow. But that's our southern dog face, if it were to ever hold still for you. Orange sulfur. So this is different than the orange barred sulfur. But again, we would just write small sulfur and call it a day. Sleepy orange. So that little tiny mark that's circled in yellow at the top of the forewing is supposed to be a sleeping eye. Again, I didn't name these, but that's our sleepy orange. I think the hind wing markings kind of looks more like a sleepy eye when it's closed, and you can see that sort of brown streak. Maybe that looks like a closed eye, some eyelashes. Again, I didn't name these. The little yellow, which is fitting. The barred yellow, which is also little, but it has these black bars. Again, when they're fluttering along the ground, it's really hard to tell what's what. When they hold still, it's helpful. What's even more helpful to learn butterflies is if you can take pictures of them. But for monitoring, we don't take pictures. You would just write small sulfur. And then dainty sulfur is the smallest. Really, really quite small. But again, when it's flying around, it just looks like a little flash of yellow along the ground. Next, I think it's my favorite group of butterflies, are the hair streaks. So these butterflies have thin hair-like tails. So we talked about swallowtails earlier that have those kind of thicker, easy to distinguish tails. Hair streaks are smaller butterflies. They're only 1 to 2 inches in size, and they have these really thin little tails that you can kind of see in some of these photos, and we'll get into it on the other pages. For both swallowtails and hair streaks, they use those tails to kind of fool predators or catch predators' eyes and guide them to that sort of more unimportant part of the butterfly, which would be its hind wings, and away from its head, which would be the most important part of the butterfly. So it's sort of trying to trick predators into thinking, hey, my nutritious head and body are down here. So the bird will just bite the tail end of the butterfly and miss its head, which is the most important part of the butterfly for survival. But what these guys do, swallowtails don't really do anything special with their tails. They're big enough butterflies that having those tails on the end will distract predators. Hair streaks are smaller. So what they do, which is really cool if you ever see them sitting on a plant, is they move their hind wings. They'll close all their wings together, and then those hind wings, the back wings, move up and down with the little hairs on them. So they're kind of shaking their bottom and moving those hairs around so it looks like their head moving around. So they're trying to trick predators. So you'll see them land, just kind of shake their little butt up and down. It's not really their butt, it's just their hind wings, but it's really cool to see. They're really cute, they're nice and small. Sometimes we see them in our garden, and you guys probably will have a good chance of seeing them at the rain garden because there's so many trees around, and some of them like bigger trees like the southern oak hair streak and things like that. They like a little bit more forested area. So you guys have a good chance of seeing them. Again, we'll just run through these real quick. The great purple hair streak, again, you can see those little tiny tails, and you can see when its wings are closed how they poke out the back, and they would just shake those up and down to distract predators. Red banded hair streak has red bands. The southern oak hair streak. This is another group of butterflies that gets a little bit confusing. Their markings kind of start to look the same. This is the white M hair streak. Do you see the M on the hind wing? In white, maybe. The gray hair streak, even though they're all kind of gray, or most of them are kind of gray. The banded hair streak, again, a lot of them have these banded patterns, so we're just going to write hair streak and call it a day. The Sweetener's juniper hair streak, we will probably not see this butterfly. There's a few butterflies in here that we're probably not going to see, but we're added in for conservation story's sake. So this is an endemic and endangered species. So what that means is this is a species of butterfly that's only found in Florida. Something, or a species that's endemic, is only found in one region of the world and nowhere else. So this Sweetener's juniper hair streak is only found in Florida, mostly the St. Augustine area along the coast, and it is quite endangered. It's highly dependent on coastal cedar, and because we've developed our coastline so much, a lot of those coastal cedar strands are gone. So for butterflies, when a species is in trouble and they're endangered, a lot of times it has to do with the removal of their host plant. So for this butterfly, development along the coastlines got rid of a lot of those coastal cedar strands and got rid of habitat, so then we don't have as much of this butterfly, and now it's endangered. So you'll see that with a couple of species that we talk about. That's why lagoon-friendly and Florida-friendly landscaping is so important for pollinators and butterflies and planting host plants and nectar plants, because the number one cause of decline for butterflies, at least in our region and in the US, is habitat loss. So loss of those host plants. Because a lot of times what we do, especially in Florida, because 70% of the state is private property, people buy homes, we want to have lawns or specific landscaping that doesn't serve these creatures. So we're taking away area that probably used to be made up of host plants and replacing them with sod or other plants that don't serve these butterflies. So that's why it's so important to have host plants, but also nectar plants to create habitat for these critters. Like you'll see with the rain garden, if we get to go out there, when you create these spaces, pollinators will show up. They're really good at somehow finding these gardens and using them. If you talk to other folks who have made native landscape choices, they can tell you they just show up. I know with the rain garden, Cape Canaveral planted it, and I came and visited probably a few weeks later, and there were butterflies all over the place. So it really does work, it really does help. Even just having little planted areas in your lawn, or just some specific species that are host plants can really help out the butterfly populations. This is another butterfly that I have not seen. I don't know if the property is wooded enough to see these guys, but the Henry's elfin. And then one more quick conservation story, the Atala. Have any of you heard of Atala butterflies? Okay, awesome. Yeah, it's a pretty cool story. I have Atala earrings on, so these guys are really cool. I believe they're still listed as endangered. But at one point, 1888, it was considered the most conspicuous insect in South Florida. So Atala butterflies were everywhere, all over, especially South Florida. We're probably getting towards the northern extent of the species up here. But from pretty much here down, there were Atalas everywhere. Then, due to over-harvesting of their host plant, so again, this was for using the host plant for food. But when we just talked about the juniper hair streak that we just talked about, that was development-based habitat loss. This is more settlers were harvesting coontie for food, and we over-harvested and got rid of most of this butterfly's host plant. So the butterfly was actually thought to be extinct from 1937 to 1959. because settlers had moved into Florida and started over-harvesting coontie, which was used to make Florida arrowroot powder, which wouldn't spoil because there was no refrigeration back then. So I can't even imagine living in Florida with no AC and no refrigeration. But they were doing it using coontie. So native peoples in Florida had been harvesting coontie and processing it to use as flour for a really long time. But once white settlers came into the state, it started to become over-harvested and overexploited. And those white settlers learned how to process that coontie from the native peoples who lived in Florida, or indigenous communities, because it's actually a toxic plant. If you eat any part of coontie without it being processed, it's actually poisonous. So that is one thing if you are going to put coontie in your yard. It's a beautiful plant, but just be careful if you have pets or children that like to put things in their mouths, because it is poisonous. But anyways, white settlers were over-harvesting coontie to make arrowroot powder, and we used up all that coontie, and the Atalas disappeared and was thought to be completely extinct. Then we started noticing a couple come back, realized they weren't actually extinct, and started planting coontie more and more throughout the state in restoration projects, in landscaping projects, just reintroducing that plant back into the region. And Atalas have made a pretty good comeback. A great example of this is actually, there's a Publix in Fort Pierce, and the Publix parking lot, when they did the planting, they planted a bunch of native coontie, and the Publix parking lot is popping with Atalas. They're everywhere. And when I first noticed it, it was when we were first coming up with the butterfly programming. And I noticed the caterpillars and the Atalas in the Publix parking lot, and I was there with my fiance, and I got out of the car and started like walking through the landscaping and like looking at all the coonties and freaking out. He's like, "Get in the car! You're embarrassing me, get back in the car." But it just goes to show that these landscaping plantings really, really work and do make a difference. Like I said, Publix is the last place I would think to find an endangered species of butterfly, but they were all over the place. So it just goes to show how important these projects are. And Atala are making a comeback. Their population numbers are looking pretty good. Sometimes people get upset because when you do plant coontie and have Atala come in, those caterpillars, like caterpillars do, they like to eat the foliage on the plants. So the plants start to look a little rough and people can get a little upset about that. But again, we're bringing back an endangered species. So hopefully when they see the beautiful butterflies, they'll get over it. They'll be okay with it. Mm-hmm.
Why is it work with the hair streaks? Because it doesn't seem to have any tail.
Great question. So they're in the same family. They're actually part of the hair streak family, but they don't have little hair streak tails. So this is the one hair streak that doesn't have hair streak tails. They're pretty easy to identify though, because they have that bright orange abdomen, and they're really the only sort of black butterfly with that blue iridescence that's that size. So if you see an Atala, you'll probably know. And there's coontie in the rain garden, so you could see some Atala, which would be really fun, because again, these are an endangered species. But yes, thank you for bringing that up. I would have totally forgotten. They don't have the hair on their hind wings. So again, nature doesn't really follow the rules. We just have to kind of work with it and put things in categories the best we can. So that's it for the hair streaks. Again, I think that's my favorite group of butterflies. But blues also have my heart. So blues are, again, a small group of butterflies, but these guys are even smaller. So like a 1/2 inch to 1 1/4 inch in size. Blue butterflies, I would say, get mistaken for moths probably the most, because they fly low to the ground, they're pretty quick, and they're just sort of, you can see bluish when they're fluttering, but when they land, they mostly look brown. So these guys are tiny. Once you see one, though, you'll start to notice them all over the place. Thanks, Tirza. Yeah. Yeah, hopefully after this training, you'll just start noticing butterflies all over the place, because that's what happened to me once I started learning my butterfly species. I never realized there were so many all around me all the time. So this is an eastern pygmy blue. This is the smallest blue species. So I also brought some plant references. Let's see if I can get this guy out. I think I brought a couple. Don't mind me leaving leaves all over the podium. Sorry, Cape Canaveral, I'll clean them up when I'm done. Okay, so if you look at the photo, I'm gonna have to look on the right, you'll see the butterfly on that little purple flower. And now we're going to pass around that purple flower. Just to give you an idea, that flower looks pretty large in the picture. It's not in real life. It's a very tiny flower. So I'll pass around that little flower to give you guys an idea. These butterflies are quite small. Blues, you can get down to species based on the number of spots that they have on that ventral hindwing. So eastern pygmy blues have 4 spots. So that's an easy way to figure out which species you're looking at. The next species, Cassius blue, has 2 spots. This is the only species that has 2. And then the Serranus blue has 1 spot. So again, that's the easiest way to tell these guys apart. 1 spot, 2 spots, 4 spots. But again, for monitoring, all you have to write is blue. So if you see one fluttering by, you don't need to figure out which species it is. You just write blue and move on with the survey. One butterfly you're not going to see is the Miami blue, but again, just want to talk about it for conservation reasons really quickly. So the Miami blue, again, is endemic and endangered. So only found in Florida, also not doing very well. And this is another coastal development story. So they actually do not exist on the mainland of Florida at all anymore. They're completely gone from the mainland of Florida. Historically, they were found from Volusia down into the Keys. So they would have been found throughout the whole IRL region. But due to loss of habitat, but also hurricanes and a couple other like habitat and species fragmentation, there's a couple things that went into play. But again, losing all of the host plants along the coast or having less host plants than they did before is a main driver of decline for these guys. Now they're only found in Bahia Honda State Park in the Lower Keys. It's the only place in the world that you can find them. The state park and other entities are working to bring this species back and increase their populations, but right now that's the only place in the entire world that you can find them. It says on here that that population disappeared, but there's some more updated information. They still exist. They have not completely gone extinct, but you can only find them in the Keys. In 2012, which was a while ago now, but back in 2012, there were 34 individuals total. So this butterfly is, I would say, on the brink of extinction. But like I said, there's lots of entomologists working to try to bring this population back up. And their primary host plants are gray knickerbean, balloon vine, and blackbead. So all coastal species. This is a very coastal butterfly. And we love our coastlines too. So understandably, when they have these specific plants that they depend on and we develop our coast, they lose a lot of that habitat. Any questions about that? Okay. So those are all the blues. Mm-hmm. Since the population is so small, there would have to be a lot of work on the conservation side for like breeding and upping that population size. So I don't know where they're at right now, conservation-wise. So it is federally listed as endangered. So that means there are a lot of resources going towards that species and bringing back habitat, as well as like usually captive breeding and things like that when the populations are so small. We do have a lot of, you'll see knickerbean on the beaches and on the spoil islands. I'm sure you've seen it. Very pokey, has a lot of thorns. It hurts really bad actually if you accidentally walk into one. Okay, thank you. So for those guys, yeah, I don't know what the next steps are, but hopefully we can get them back. I had a friend who was doing some like butterfly tagging down there, so maybe I can reach out to him and see if he has any info. Mm-hmm.
How many did you say have been found down there? It sounded like, did you give a number? I thought like 30.
Mm-hmm. So how many Miami blue butterflies are found down in South Florida? This is an old number, so it's 2012. So it's been 12 years. But at that time, they had 34 individuals. Yeah, unfortunately, I don't have any super updated information, but we can figure it out.
Doesn't sound like enough for it to come back.
Yeah. Maybe something great will happen, but yeah, for right now, I don't know what their status is now. It looks like they thought that they were gone in 2010, but then still had a few in 2012. So yeah, I don't know what their status is currently. But again, another conservation story about the importance of host plants, really, is the main point. Okay, so now moving on to our next category, metal marks. So the little metal mark is the only butterfly in this category. So that's the only one you need to worry about. It has, again, those metallic markings. Very tiny, only a half an inch to an inch. So about the size of those blues, maybe a little bit smaller. And then we have our brushfoots. So we'll go ahead and go through a couple of these brushfoot species, and then we'll probably take a break if you guys are okay with that. Sound good? Okay, move around for a second. So brushfoots are the biggest butterfly family. So they have the highest number of species. And none of them, when we talk about brushfoots, they all look different. So that's why they're all in different morpho groups on our guides. So brushfoots, what makes them all the same family is that all butterflies have 6 legs, but brushfoots use the front 2 as sort of chemical receptors. So they'll use their 2 front legs for tasting, and they're usually shorter. So they really only walk on 4 legs versus 6. So that's why they're all grouped in the same family. And most of them are just kind of medium to large size butterflies. Not too small, not as big as those giant swallowtails, but just sort of in the middle. And we'll have to break into sort of different groups for these guys. So first we'll talk about leaf mimics, which you could see at the rain garden. We don't see them much in our Titusville garden for DEP because our garden doesn't have any mature trees. It's full sun, it's roadside. It's sort of just like a wildflower meadow, whereas the rain garden does have some mature oaks above the garden, so you might see some of these leaf mimic butterflies, or some of the butterflies we'll talk about that like wooded areas a little bit more. So leaf mimics are just out there pretending to be a leaf. The first one is called the question mark. So that yellow circle outlines the question mark shaped marking on that butterfly. But again, we don't need to get down to species. This is just considered a leaf mimic. So that's the question mark. Then we have the eastern comma. So this butterfly has a marking that is supposed to be shaped like a comma. That really small white marking is its identifier. So again, that's why we make morpho groups, and we're just going to call them leaf mimics. So you write leaf mimic on the paper, and you're good to go. Then, I like this guy a lot. He's fun. We have the American snout. So the big identifier for this butterfly is actually its snout or nose. So you can see kind of in both of these pictures that long, so its face is very long. So that's why it's called the American snout. And the idea, we think, is that that snout is supposed to look like the part of the leaf that would attach it to the plant. And that's why they have that adaptation for that really elongated face. But again, just a leaf mimic butterfly. You might notice it just because of that snout. But those are our 3 main leaf mimic butterflies, but we have one more. We have the ruddy daggerwing. So this one looks a little bit different, and you can see it has those really long sort of, again, it's not a swallowtail, but it has those similar tails and then these really intense wing margins. So they're called dagger wings because those long tails are supposed to look like daggers because they're really long and sharp. But those are our 4 leaf mimic butterflies.
Could I ask a question? If you saw that yellow one, would you call it a sulfur? Or would you call it, if you were just identifying a swallowtail? Because to me,
Yeah. Yeah, so when I have seen this butterfly in person, it's smaller than a swallowtail, like significantly. In the shape of the wings is pretty unique, especially the forewing is different than what you would see on swallowtails. The best thing you can do if you see a butterfly fly by and you're like, I don't know what that was, but I know it's a butterfly, is to just write butterfly. So that's an option for monitoring. If you're walking through and something flies past you, well, let's back up. If you're walking through and something flies past you and you have no idea what it was at all, you can just write UFI for unidentified flying insect. And then you have your bases covered. You're like, something flew past me, and it wasn't a bird. So you can write unidentified flying insect. Again, we want to be really broad and correct rather than be specific and be incorrect. So you have unidentified flying insect. And then let's say you keep walking and something else flies past you. And you know it was butterfly-ish. So it was either a butterfly or a moth, but you couldn't tell. You can write, let me see if I remember what the code is. Yeah, you can write Lepidoptera, or you could just put moth/butterfly, and I can fix it when I go in. But just letting us know, you know it was either a moth or a butterfly, but you have no idea which one it was. So you can write that. And then let's say you keep walking and something flies by you and you know it was a butterfly, but you have no idea what species it was or what group it was. You can just write unknown butterfly. So we have these protocols to make sure that we're staying really broad and we're being as accurate as possible. You can write unknown butterfly, and if you want, add some notes in there. Like I couldn't tell if it was a swallowtail or a sulfur, and that way I can kind of clue in on maybe what butterflies we need to review, or I can sit there and be like, I wonder what they saw, and start flipping through the guidebook for my own curiosity. But yeah, just keeping it to that really broad category. So if a butterfly were to fly by you and you're like, I don't know if it was a swallowtail or a sulfur or a ruddy daggerwing, just write unknown butterfly, and then you can describe if you want in the notes. Does that make sense? Okay. So our next group is ladies and admirals. So these are similar to leaf mimics, but they have some pizzazz. Again, these butterflies seem to like wooded areas as well and are medium-sized, about 1 3/4 to 3 inches. So the American lady has, all of these butterflies kind of look similar from the top, just orange-ish, but it's really the ventral side or the underneath side that have these intricate patterns. So they have the 2 eye spots, whereas the painted lady has 4 eye spots on the ventral hind wing. And again, the top is just kind of brown pattern, and then underneath is where you get that little bit more pizzazz. Then we have the red admiral, which again, just brown and orange on top, and then underneath they kind of have this pink or red band on the forewing. So you can kind of see that. It's a little dull in this photo, but that is the main identifying characteristic for that butterfly. And that's it for our leaf mimics and our ladies and admirals, or leaf mimics with pizzazz. So again, you guys might see these at the rain garden. We don't see them at the Titusville garden as much because it's just an open, sunny area. One butterfly that you do see a lot in both places and will see, we're about to get to, is the Gulf fritillary. So we'll talk about that guy a little bit. But our next group is the heliconians and fritillaries. All these butterflies are in the same family because they all use the same host plant, which is passion vines or passion flowers. They're all brushfoots. They're all medium to large in size, but all of the heliconians and fritillaries have elongated forewings, so long front wings compared to their hind wings. So the Gulf fritillary is super common. Some people will mistake them for monarchs just because they're both orange and medium-sized, but these guys are everywhere. We hopefully will see some today if we go outside. We see them at the Titusville garden all the time. The top is just sort of brown and orange, mostly orange, and then the underside you get those white spots as well. I've heard them described as a Thanksgiving spread on top, just because they're so kind of brown orange colors, and then like a disco ball or dressed like Lady Gaga underneath because of the white shiny spots. I think that's an exaggeration. They just look orange to me. But that is a butterfly to look out for that we will probably see. The variegated fritillary is smaller, much smaller. We don't see these as often, and they actually kind of look like a different group of butterflies we'll get to in a little bit called crescents. And again, this is not one we see often. Usually when people are talking about fritillaries, they're talking about the Gulf fritillary. Then we have Julias, which have, again, those really long forewings. They're mostly orange. Some of them have black markings on them. And then the zebra longwing, our state butterfly. So we may see these They are the butterfly of the state of Florida. A lot of times they do really like shady areas, so you'll see them in nature preserves and things like that. But definitely a butterfly to look out for, and a good one to get down to species, the zebra longwing. It's a fun one. So if you all,
On the zebra longwings, do they always have those red spots on the, underneath?
good question. I don't know if I've really noticed it when I've been out looking at them either. So in this picture, you can see it really clearly. But again, with the colors and the different butterflies, some individuals are brighter than others, depending on the time of year and things like that. But thankfully, with the long forewings and then the yellowish white stripes, they're pretty easy to identify. So they're a fun one to see. Any other questions? Okay, let's go ahead and take a break for a couple minutes and use the bathroom and get up and stretch our legs, and then we'll keep going. Alrighty, how's everybody's break? Hopefully long enough because we got to crank through some more. How many groups do we have left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, we're like halfway there. And we have some fun groups coming up next. So, anybody have any questions before we start? Okay. So we are in the middle of our brushfoot butterflies. And this next group are our crescents. So these guys are quite small. And I think this is a group where they all look very, very similar. So again, we're doing morpho groups. So you just have to write crescent. I can barely tell them apart. And I've been trying to do this for a couple years now. You have to have a photo for these guys, really, or a guidebook handy. But our crescents are 1 inch to 1 3/4 inches. And again, like I said, they all look the same. So we have the Cuban crescent, which kind of has, you can see on the outline of the wing, kind of these like indentations. Then we have the fawn crescent, which has supposedly the identifying marker is that white band on the forewing. And the pearl crescent, which the identifier for this butterfly is that white marking on the hind wing that's circled in yellow. So like I said, these 3 butterflies all kind of look the same. They're all small in size. I've seen these butterflies rest with their wings open quite a bit. It's always fun when you see one, and of course, like I said, you only have to write crescent. So you'll have nailed it. Next group, which is another fun one, are buckeyes. So buckeyes have eye spots. We have the mangrove buckeye and the common buckeye. We'll see mangrove buckeyes quite a bit along the Indian River Lagoon. Unfortunately, we don't see them too much in our Titusville garden, and I'm not sure how much we'll see them here because you do see them along lagoon shoreline sort of specifically. I want to say they use black mangroves as their host plant, mangrove buckeyes. So the common buckeye has a little bit more color in their eye spots. They're larger eye spots. You can see that kind of purpley color, whereas the mangrove buckeye, unfortunately, doesn't have as much pizzazz. Even though I love them, they're just not quite as colorful as the common buckeyes are. But those are our 2 buckeye species. That's easy. Then we move into our emperors. So these guys are just sort of orange spotted, medium-sized butterflies. Their host plants are hackberry trees, so we don't see them as much, I wouldn't say. And emperors can be attracted to sweat, so they'll land on people just to get a little sweat every once in a while. Haven't had it happen to me, unfortunately, but supposedly it happens to other people. The hackberry emperor has these sort of blue iridescent spots on the ventral side. Meanwhile, the tawny emperor has, the spots aren't as round. They're quite smaller. And then you can see on the female, they are barely existent. So we'll go back. This is the hackberry emperor, again, with those distinct kind of circles. And then the tawny emperor has, you can see like little glimmers of the blue and kind of little dark spots, but not as pronounced. And the coloring is a little different between the 2. Kind of a light brown on top for the hackberry emperor versus kind of a reddish orangey brown. But again, we just put emperor and we call it a day. And we probably don't see those butterflies too much. Next is a group called satyrs. These butterflies usually have swollen veins in their wings, so you can kind of see the outline of these vein-like structures, and they often have eye spots as well. They're small to medium butterflies. We don't see them very much in the Titusville garden. I guess we'll see if we see them in the rain garden, but these are very much kind of like woodland species, I would say. They like wooded areas. So we have the southern pearly eye. This is the biggest out of all the satyrs. Again, just kind of brown. You can see that those veins kind of in the forewing that we were talking about, just sort of the outline of what looks like vein type structures, and eye spots on the bottom. I have the Carolina satyr, again, brown with eye spots. The Georgia satyr, I guess you could consider these eye spots. They're a little oblong, but again, a brown butterfly, medium size, with some spots underneath. The little wood satyr, brown with eye spots. This is a butterfly that was found at, that acronym is Merritt Island National Wildlife Refuge, so you all are familiar with that up here. It's not very common within Florida, but they have, during their monitoring, written that they've seen it. So we added it to our guide just in case, but according to the textbooks, it's not really supposed to come all the way down here. Also, we have the Appalachian brown, same thing, like not super common in this region, but they've recorded it at Merritt Island Wildlife Refuge. So we put it in our guidebook just to make sure we have our bases covered. Go ahead. It depends on the species. So the little wood satyr, you can see them from the top and the bottom, but most of them, it's just on the bottom. You can see some of these butterflies haven't been photographed as much from the top. Like this Georgia satyr, you see the image of it flying was like the only image I could get of its dorsal wing view. But for most of them, and I would say a lot of the butterflies, eye spots are usually on the ventral side, so that when they close their wings, that's what shows. Because again, usually with eye spots, if we go back to the like buckeyes, they're on towards the outside of the wings, so that predators, again, are going to nibble on those more interesting parts of the butterfly to save their body, which is really the most essential part for them to survive. So usually eye spots are on the bottom side or the ventral side, but not always. It depends on the species. So next are our most charismatic butterflies, our royalty. So this includes our monarch, which is probably the most famous butterfly in North America, which we'll talk about a little bit. But monarchs is not where this family ends. We also have queens and viceroys. So they're all orange, just red. Queens get a little bit more red. And they all use the host plant milkweed, or milkweed is a group of plants, really. Besides the viceroy, which is kind of a monarch faker. It's not actually related to the other two. So the monarch and the queen are actually the same genus, so really closely related, just a different species, whereas the viceroy is just a completely different, I believe it's a brushfoot butterfly. And these butterflies are quite large. Royalty are the type of butterflies that like to fly high in the air and just like slowly flip by. They don't really a lot of those smaller butterflies like sulfurs and blues sort of just flitter along the ground. Monarchs and royalties are high in the sky, sort of floating by, and you'll see them usually just as a quick little zoom by you as they continue on their way to find some more milkweed. So we will dive into these guys really quick. They're larger butterflies, so they're about 3 to 4.8 inches. Okay, grab these for you all. So monarchs. So we'll talk about monarchs really quick because, like we said, I feel confident in saying that they're North America's most iconic butterfly. Everybody knows what a monarch is. So monarchs do migrate in North America. They don't love the cold. Butterflies don't love the cold in general, and monarchs live a long time, so they will migrate down. You can see the migration patterns on this map. So some of them go down, I would say a majority of them, I guess, from the west and central U.S. go down into Mexico to overwinter. But we do have some, you can see that follow that red line down into Florida to overwinter. So Florida is where things get messy, per usual, with a lot of species. So we have a migrating population that comes into Florida to overwinter and then migrates back north. But we also have a non-migratory sort of permanent population in South Florida. So it's kind of hard to see on the graphic, but you see South Florida is in purple. Then there's a gray area where we are, and then there's the orange area for the migrating monarchs. So that gray area, I guess we're kind of in the purple actually, because the purple goes up along the coast. So in Florida, we have a mix of resident and migrating monarchs. Usually they migrate in one group, so it's the same butterfly, let's say, that leaves the Midwest and then goes down into Mexico, but then it takes multiple generations for them to make their way back up. And because they're flying such long distances, monarchs need nectar plants to drink nectar from for that whole distance across these multiple countries. So that means we need to have native plants to provide nectar in the US as well as Mexico. So there has to be this sort of both countries working together to protect one species, which makes it an interesting conservation problem to address. And it's going to take working together to provide enough nectar plants and host plants for monarchs. So a lot of our monarch population has been lost since the 1990s, over 80%, so that's a pretty big loss. And again, like with a lot of butterflies, a lot of that can be attributed to habitat loss. So areas that were natural areas that used to have a lot of milkweed, either being developed for residential purposes or agriculture or urban purposes, and then we've taken away that host plant, and then also just having less flowering plants in our landscaping, so leaning more towards sod and things like that that don't provide nectar. And having these butterflies have to pass through, let's say, they have to go through a whole town full of buildings and cement and sod, and then pass over an agricultural area that's all one crop that doesn't necessarily flower. Let's say it's corn or something like that. So they're losing a lot of their nectar plants and host plants. One thing to keep in mind when you are trying to provide habitat for monarchs in Florida is the difference between native milkweeds and tropical milkweeds. So you want to avoid planting the tropical milkweed species in Florida because it's not a native plant, and it can actually encourage monarchs to stay in Florida when they are part of that population that is supposed to leave. And since that tropical milkweed doesn't die back like our native milkweed does in the winter, it can sort of help promote the spread of a parasite that actually is diminishing our monarch populations. So you need to be really careful with which milkweeds you buy. And milkweed can be hard to find. If you're finding it at Home Depot, it's not the native milkweed, don't buy that one. If it's at a big store like that, they usually don't have the natives. You have to go to local nurseries and specifically make sure that it's one of the native species. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Cut it back to the ground, then there won't be that possibility of spreading the OE.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it depends on who you talk to, what recommendations you give. Because I want to say, yeah, like I think it's UF that recommends that, cutting it back. Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that would be a great thing to attend because, science is always changing and we always want to have the best information based on new evidence. So I would, if you do have milkweed in your yard, I would definitely pay attention to what the different organizations are saying. I know Florida Native Plant Society just released a statement stating that they discourage the use of tropical milkweed at all. I have heard, I believe it's out of UF, that they have the recommendation for cutting it back in the winter so that butterflies can't use it then, and it's kind of we're making it go dormant. And then there's actually been other entomologists saying not to plant milkweed at all in Florida just because of the confusion between the two, and that our monarchs are doing pretty well in Florida versus the rest of the country. That migrating population out west is not doing too well, but we see them quite often, right? I see monarchs right now, especially fluttering around quite a bit. So milkweed is a pretty hot topic right now. So I'll be paying attention to whatever comes out next from the different entities and seeing what the best course of action is. Our garden in Titusville actually doesn't have any milkweed because I tried. We just couldn't keep it alive, so we just don't have any milkweed in our garden. But it is, in general, for management of monarchs in the United States and into Mexico, having enough native milkweed is really important. Of course, here in Florida, where we have a really high number of invasive and exotic species and such that temperature different, things get messy in our state. which is what makes it fun to be an ecologist in Florida, because there's always a new interesting challenge. So we'll stay tuned to see what happens with the milkweed. But for identification purposes, monarchs are pretty easy to identify. We know them very well. We've been probably looking at images of monarchs since we were children. So one thing to keep in mind is monarchs are always going to have that sort of stained glass pattern on their ventral hind wing, and forewing. So from top and bottom, that hind wing is going to have that sort of stained glass. Nothing is even. So if you look at that back wing, all of those sizes are different. So keep that in mind as we look at our monarch fakie in a couple of slides. This is the queen. She's a little bit smaller and a little bit darker. In the top view, that dorsal view looks different than a monarch. It's reddish with little white spots. But from the ventral view or underneath, they look quite similar. So you might have to see the queen from both angles to figure out what she is. And usually that darker red color and a little bit smaller. Then we have the viceroy. So this, again, is our monarch fakie. So originally it was thought that this was a butterfly that was mimicking monarchs because monarchs are similar to that swallowtail species we talked about earlier that are not very tasty. In their host plant, when their caterpillars, milkweed does have a toxic substance that they can handle, but then when an animal tries to eat them, it either doesn't taste very good or it actually causes damage to that animal because it is poisonous. So the original thought was that viceroys were just little fakies trying to pretend they're poisonous when they're not. Newer science found that they actually are poisonous themselves because their host plant actually does the same thing for them. So it turns out they're what we call a Müllerian mimic, where two species that are both poisonous or both similar end up looking the same. So it wasn't a copycat situation, it was more of a growing up together situation, I guess, where they both ended up, they're doing the same thing, so they ended up kind of looking the same. But the main difference, the way you can tell a viceroy from a monarch is that solid bar through the hind wing. So if we go back to the pictures of the monarch, again, we have that stained glass look. But with viceroys, we have that one solid bar that cuts through. You will never see that on a monarch. So that's the main difference. Again, we're using morphogroups, so if you see a monarch-looking butterfly, we're going to call it royalty and stop there. I would recommend only getting down to monarch versus viceroy if they land and you're really able to see that bar. If they're flying by, we're just going to have to write royalty because, again, we want to be really certain rather than we'd rather be general and be 100% sure than get specific and be 50-50 because that doesn't help us with our analysis. So now to the really, really fun part, skippers. The rest of the butterflies in your packet are all skippers. We do have different morphogroups, which helps. And then we have our giant group of grass skippers, which is like 30 butterflies that I'm just going to click through the pictures of because we can't tell them apart. But skippers are a really big family. Skippers are kind of where the butterfly-moth line gets blurry. So we talked about butterflies being daytime moths, essentially. So skippers do like the daytime. They're out and about. But they kind of look like moths. They're usually darker in color, a little bit more drab, I guess, which is mean, but that's the best way to describe them. And their moths are usually fuzzier and their bodies are stockier. These butterflies are that way. So they're a little bit heftier in their bodies. They have bigger eyes. They're really cute. But these are the types of butterflies that people usually get confused with moths. And again, butterflies are moths, but we have to have our separation for our monitoring. So these guys are small. They're usually about an inch or, I guess about an inch in size to 3 inches. And we'll hit our major groups, and then, like I said, we'll go into our grass skippers. So our first major group is spread wing skippers. These butterflies don't necessarily look the same, but they all rest with their wings open, which is supposed to be unusual for butterflies. But when they're resting on plants, they'll have their wings spread open. And these guys actually, instead of having chrysalis, they have leaf nests, which are more like cocoons. And our spread wing skippers include the subcategories of long-tail, dusky wing, and cloudy wing skippers. So mangrove skippers, we see these guys out on the lagoon and out on the spoil islands. I'm always really excited. If you're ever at a nature preserve kind of walking along shorelines or through mangroves, you might see mangrove skippers because they use red mangroves as their host plants. They're a black butterfly. You'll always see them resting with their wings open, and they can be kind of iridescent colored. Then we have the silver spotted skipper. Same thing, rests with their wings open. You can see how fuzzy this guy is in his body. Again, that's more of a moth type characteristic. Then we have the hayhurst scallop wing. Again, it's a spread wing skipper resting with his wings open. The common checkered skipper. I guess you could get this confused with one of our white butterflies. They're going to be resting with their wings open, whereas the great southern whites and the other white butterflies will either be like flapping their wings usually or have them closed when they land. These guys are going to land with their wings open, and they have a really intense checkered pattern. Most of our whites don't have this much black on their wings. And again, their bodies are stouter. They have these big, cute eyes on the sides of their head. The other butterflies' eyes aren't usually that big. So those are our spread wing skippers. Now these are our spread wing long tail skippers. We only have 2 of these. And again, they rest with their wings open, but they have these really long tails. And there's only 2. There's one that has this pretty blue color, and then one that's just brown. So the long-tailed skipper gets this pretty blue iridescent color. So there is a view with it with its wings open and its wings closed, and you'll see them when they land on plants. That tail is pretty easy to see. It looks kind of odd attached to the butterfly because it's so long. And that's the really pretty one, nice and blue. And then we get the Durantis long-tailed skipper, or drab long-tailed skipper. D for Durantis, D for drab. So they're both just brown, but again, have that long tail. Now we're going to get into the cloudy wing skippers, which I think these are very easy to confuse species-wise. So again, cloudy wing is as low as we need to go. So they're brown with white markings, and they're pretty small. And again, they have their wings open when they rest. So this is a southern cloudy wing that you're supposed to be able to tell what it is by that little white bar. And then the northern cloudy wing, which doesn't have that little white bar but has white spots. And then the confused cloudy wing, because we can't tell if it's the northern or the southern cloudy wing because it has more white spots and white bars. So again, we're confused. Yeah, the butterfly's not confused, we're confused. So again, northern, southern, confused. We're all just going to call them cloudy wings and call it a day. Now we're going to get into the dusky wing skippers, which same thing. Just call it a dusky wing and call it a day because they all look the same to me. Again, small size, brown. It can be hard to tell a dusky wing from a cloudy wing, so you can just put spread wing skipper. If you want to put that it was brown, that's great, but yeah, you can just put spread wing skipper because you saw it resting with its wings open, it was brown, and you couldn't tell if it was a dusky wing or a cloudy wing because, again, these all kind of look similar. They're all just brown with a spread wing. So there's our sleepy dusky wing, our Horace's dusky wing, and then our Zeruco dusky wing. So again, they have their wings spread. These guys don't have as bright of patches as the confused and southern cloudy wings. So our cloudy wing butterflies are more brown with these distinct white markings, whereas the dusky wings are brown with kind of faded brown markings, so not as distinct. But again, if it's brown and it has its wings open and it's about 1 inch to 2 inches long, just call it a spread wing skipper and call it a day. But there are dusky wings again. Okay, here comes the fun part. These are our grass skippers. So you can tell, if you see a grass skipper, you'll be able to tell. That you'll be able to check that one off the list. They sit in this really weird position that people call the jet plane position. So you can see it in the 3 photos on the slide. They put their, well, let's see if I can remember the orientation. I think it's their hind wing below and then their forewing on top. So they look like a little jet. Again, I didn't come up with that. That was what was said in the ID books, but I can see it this time. So they're usually brown, orange, or yellow. And again, you'll see them, if they're sitting, you'll usually see them in that weird position. No other butterfly is going to sit like that except for grass skippers. And lucky us, in Florida, we have about 30 species of these guys. And they're all brown, orange, or yellow. And they all sit the same way. They're all very cute, but I can't tell them apart. So for monitoring, we're just gonna call them grass skippers and put them all together. And that's good enough for us, because then we know kind of what types of butterflies we're getting in these gardens and how many. We're really just trying to figure out relative abundance and relative diversity. So what kinds of butterflies are we getting? Are we getting a lot of different kinds, a lot of different groups, and how many are we getting compared to traditional lawn spaces or what the site was like before? So again, we don't need to get anything down to species. We just need to get things to, number one, is it a butterfly? And then number two, can you tell maybe what group the butterfly belongs to? So really quick, we're going to run through our 30 grass skipper species. You ready? All right. Swarthy skipper, 3-spotted skipper, has more than 3 spots, so don't let it fool you. Clouded skipper, southern skipperling, this one's cute, at least it's yellow, it's not just brown. Least skipper, fiery skipper, this one's cool because they say it looks like flames, I guess. Mesky skipper, tawny edge skipper, the whirlabout, southern broken dash, northern broken dash, Sachem skipper, Orogo skipper, Delaware skipper, now we're getting into state names, Bissus skipper, I haven't done this PowerPoint in a while, so if I forget how to pronounce something, sorry. Aaron skipper, palmetto skipper. So we do have a lot of saw palmetto in Florida, so this skipper uses saw palmetto as a host plant, so that's really good to know. Saw palmetto is an amazing native plant. I think it's the plant that's on the Florida native plant license plate because it's such a remarkable species in the state of Florida, and so many different animals use it. Everything from black bears and panthers use saw palmetto to the palmetto skipper. So a really wide variety of life relies on saw palmetto. So if you can put some in your yard, maybe you would enjoy that. It grows really slow though, just a heads up, so don't expect it to grow much in that time. And you might get some palmetto skippers. But anyways, continuing on, we have the Platka skipper, berry skipper, dun skipper, monk skipper, we're still going. More brown butterflies in that jet wing position, dusted skipper, Eufaula skipper, twin spot skipper, Brazilian skipper, I think we're getting to the end, salt marsh skipper, obscure skipper, not like the rest of these are also obscure, Ocola skipper, Baracoa skipper, oh, there's still more, I thought we were getting to the end, Zebulon skipper, oh, that was it. Okay, so as you can see, if I flip through it really fast, I think most of these butterflies look pretty similar. So again, you're probably gonna see them. Like I said, we have around 30 species. They're really cool. They sit in that really unique way. So I have full confidence that you guys can identify them to grass skipper. So again, grass skipper sits in that jet plane position. We can all get them to grass skipper, but I do not expect anyone, including myself, to go past there without taking photos and diving into a book. Go ahead.
So they're called grass skippers, but they don't really hang out in the grass, or do they?
They do. Let me go. Oh, going the wrong way. Yeah, it depends. Some of them, I believe, do use grass species as hosts. So maybe that's where the name came from. Let me check in here really quick. Okay, so most of them are supposed to use grasses or sedges as host plants. But like everything in nature, not all of them do. And yeah, I'm sure you saw some of them on different plants as well. But since they all look similar and act similar and they must be related taxonomically, they all ended up in that grass skipper category. So last group of butterflies, right? Yeah, last group of butterflies, we're almost done, is our giant skippers. And there's only 2, so that was pretty much it. We're in the home stretch now. Giant skippers are just grass skippers, but way bigger and chunkier. So they're just giant grass skippers pretty much. Like I said, there's only 2 of them, and we really only usually see 1, if at all. This is the more common, the yucca giant skipper. again, these are two butterflies that are going to be difficult to tell apart. So if you see a gigantic grass skipper, then you know it's a giant skipper, and you completed your monitoring. You're good to go. So we have the yucca giant skipper, and then we have this guy. It's our other species. We only have two. Again, just write giant skipper and call it a butterfly. You ID'd it correctly. You're done. Again, if you use these butterflies are quite larger. So these are 2 to 3 inches, whereas grass skippers are usually like around an inch in size. So you would be able to tell the difference. Also, you can see their bodies are really chunky. Grass skippers are too, but these guys just look huge in comparison to those other grass skippers.
You said an inch?
Yeah, so this is like our usual grass skipper, would be like an inch, and then the giant skippers would be like 2 to 3 inches. So it's a pretty substantial difference. And you can see in the photos, they just look chunky, very round for a butterfly, very moth looking. So that's it. You guys learned every butterfly in the region. Congratulations. That was a lot. There's a lot of butterflies globally and in the state of Florida, but I don't know, we probably went through like 100 and something. I haven't even counted all of them, I don't think. But here are the groups that we need to remember. We have swallowtails, which are large, colorful, have those tails. Whites, again, white butterflies. Sulfurs are yellow. Hair streaks have those thin tails, except for the Atala, which if you see an Atala, you could probably just write that down, because like we remember they're black with that orange. Then we have blues, which are tiny. Metal marks, which we don't see often. There's only that one of them. Leaf mimics look like leaves. Ladies and admirals are leaf mimics with a little bit of flair. Then we have the long-winged heliconians and fritillaries. This photo right here is a Gulf fritillary, which we see a lot, so I'm sure you guys will become familiar with him. Crescents are small. Buckeyes have those eye spots. Emperors are just orange butterflies with eye spots. When you see them, you'll know them. Royalties are our monarchs and friends. We have then lots of skippers. We have our spread wing skippers, which we have the subcategories longtail, cloudy wing, and dusky wing. Then we have our grass skippers that we just went over, the little jet plane butterflies, and then our giant skippers, which are like our jumbo jets, I guess. Does anybody have any questions about the morpho groups or any questions about butterflies in general? I can try to answer any of those questions the best that I can. Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Is it a moth that comes out at night that attaches to the side of your building and creates a cocoon or something?
Yeah, so maybe you're talking about a moth that comes out at night and attaches cocoons to the side of the buildings. It's probably bagworm moths. Yeah, it almost looks like their little cocoon is made out of teeny tiny little sticks. Yeah, so I'm pretty sure bagworm moths. Does that sound right to you guys? Okay. I don't know if it will keep them away. I usually kind of like to see them at my house. I do have a lot of them. Yeah, I know. I don't know what the moth looks like. I've only seen the cocoon as well. Yeah, but yeah, that would be a moth. Speaking of moths, actually, that's our next slide. So moths usually fly at night. The things that we kind of put on moths and associate them with is darker colors, a little bit more dull, only fly at night. They usually rest with their wings folded, like the 2 brown moths on this slide in that tent position. But that's not always true. As you can see, there's some bright, colorful ones, like that yellow moth on there, also that white one that is on there as well. Sometimes they will fly during the day. Usually, if you're doing a survey and you're walking through vegetation, you'll see moths kind of come off the vegetation when you get close to it or touch it and then kind of dive right back into the shade. So that's kind of a moth characteristic. And they usually have more feathery antennae, whereas butterflies always have the clubs on the end. Moths and butterflies can be kind of hard to tell apart because, like I said, they're all in the same, I think earlier I said same family. They're all in the same order. They're all pretty closely related, and butterflies are really just a group of day-flying moths. Moths are very, very important, and I think I mentioned earlier, for every 1 species of butterfly globally, there's usually 10 species of moths. So they do a lot of pollination at night. One thing to keep in mind about moths and butterflies in general, they're actually not the best pollinators. That's part of their job, but especially butterflies, since they have long legs and long proboscis, which are their tongues that they sort of unroll and shoot out to go and get nectar, they kind of stay away from the pollen. They're like up on top of the flower, perched and drinking nectar from it. Whereas we're going to get into bees later. Bees are the ultimate pollinators globally because they're rolling all around in that pollen and crawling into flowers and getting covered in it. Butterflies and moths aren't necessarily the best pollinators. They're important. They're just not they don't get themselves as covered in pollen as bees do. But they're also really important indicators of environmental health. So if we're having a lot of habitat loss, a lot of pesticide use, and kind of unhealthy environmental parameters, you'll see a drop in butterfly and moths. And if we're doing more to promote a healthier environment, you usually see an uptick in butterflies and moths. So they're a good indicator of what's going on habitat-wise, because we talked about host plants and nectar plants. A good indicator of if we have rich plant biodiversity in the area. And also, we all love butterflies. They're fun to see float by. They can remind us of loved ones or experiences. So they're fun for us to monitor for environmental purposes, but also just for our own satisfaction. Was there a question?
Cabbage moth comes out in the
I'm going to be truthful. I'm really not good with my moths because I have all these butterflies in my head. I have no more room for any other Lepidoptera. But maybe, I would have to Google that one. Yeah, I'm not sure off the top of my head. But I believe you. Because, yeah, we put things in categories, but they don't always follow all the rules. Yeah. So now we're going to do a quiz. You guys feel ready? Feel free to use your guide. Yes, it's open book. Everything is open book when it comes to me. And you guys can just go ahead and shout out the answer. We'll make it fun. So, is it? Oh no, I guess the animations didn't work. Oh, okay, here we go. So we'll use this as an example of what's going to happen. The animations worked on the next one. So we'll go through it. The first question is it a butterfly? Yes. And then what morpho group we think it's in. So this would be a grass skipper. It's not exactly in that jet plane position, but close enough. And then species, which I'm not expecting anyone to know. It's southern skipperling. And remember, you don't need to know species. We just need to know, number one, is it a butterfly? Yes or no? That's the first question. If you get that one right, you're already doing really well. And the second question is, do we know what group it belongs to? Those are the two most important things to ask yourself, and that's what you'll ask yourself when you're out in the field. Okay, so let me see. Okay, is it a butterfly? Yes. Did that come up or no? Okay, there we go. I just put this one straight to species. Do you guys remember which butterfly this is? Okay, so it's a Gulf fritillary. So medium-sized orange butterfly. Super, super common. You will learn the butterfly probably by the end of this week if you see it even just a couple times. Super common. You'll see it everywhere. So that's our Gulf fritillary. See if the next one works. Okay, and then our reminder, not every orange butterfly is a monarch because we have a lot of Gulf fritillaries, and a lot of times people will mistake them for monarchs. And if you see an orange butterfly fly by and you have no idea if it was a fritillary or a monarch, you just write unknown butterfly. And that's perfect because then we're still getting to know how many butterflies we're seeing in the area. If you do a survey and you have no idea what any of them are, just write unknown butterfly and tally them up because at least then we know how many butterflies you all saw in that 7-minute or 10-minute span that you were out there. And then we can compare sites and say, when you plant plants, look how many butterflies you get, is kind of the idea. And then getting down to the groups is kind of bonus content for us to use. Like we planted these plants and these were the types of butterflies we got. But really we're mostly interested in, okay, we're putting in these amazing gardens. Who's coming to use them pollinator-wise? Was there a question?
Well, I was just thinking that one way to be sure it's a monarch is that it has that black band all along the edge. Would that be fair to say that if you to look for that and if you don't see it, it's not a monarch or a
Yeah, because the Gulf fritillaries don't, yeah, the black lining is definitely an indicator of a monarch versus this guy, I would say. Okay, next one. Is it a butterfly? Yeah, so this is a butterfly. It's really tiny, but still a butterfly. And these guys usually fly low to the ground too, so they can be confused with moths, but it is a butterfly. Can anybody remember what morpho group this is? Blue, yes. So this is a little blue butterfly. And then, can anybody guess what species it is? It looks like it has one big spot on the hind wing. So it can be hard, or did I write the wrong one? Let me look at the guide really quick. Again, if you get it to blue, that's the most important. I took these from our iNaturalist page, so the species that's on the slide should be correct, unless I typed it wrong. I can double check real quick. Yeah, so I can see why we thought it was the Cassius blue, because it kind of looks gray and whitish. But the Cassius blue usually has 2 spots, and then the Serranus blue has 1. I purposefully chose a picture that showed the butterfly kind of farther away, because in the field, it's not going to be holding still right in front of your eyes. It is going to be farther away. So again, we're just going to write blue, and that's going to be enough, because we don't need to know the species. We just need to know the group. Okay, so this next one. Is it a butterfly? No, it's not a butterfly. It is actually a coffee-loving Pyrusa moth. I think I mistyped that. But yes, you guys are right. That one's a moth because it has those tinted wings. Even though it's out in the sun, it's still a moth. Okay, so now we have this guy. Is this a butterfly? Yes, and this is in which morpho group? So it's sitting on, this will give you a size reference too. This is, I'm gonna drip water over. This is the plant that it's on. So that's how big that flower is. It looks huge in the picture, but it's really quite small in real life. So it's smaller. It's sitting with its wings spread. So it is a spread wing skipper. So it's sitting on the plant with its wings spread. And then, yeah, I think I heard what species it is. So if you go to spread wing skipper, it is, well, okay, so on here I put white checkered skipper. White checkered skipper and common checkered skipper is like the same butterfly. I think they might actually be different butterflies, but you cannot tell them apart without a microscope. It's not possible for anyone to tell them apart unless you take them back to a lab and use a microscope. So yeah, are either common checkered or white checkered skipper. Perfect. And again, we don't need to know species. That one, if you see it, you will probably, with a little bit of practice, be able to get that one down to species. Okay, so next one. This one's a little bit trickier. Is it a butterfly? Yes, it is a butterfly. What group do we think this butterfly belongs to? It's smaller. I think it's like 1 or 2 inches in size. So it is a crescent. What about, again, especially with crescents, I don't expect you to know species, but I think you have a 1 in 3 shot of just yelling out the right one. So what do you think the species is for this guy? All right, let's see. Pearl crescent. Great guesses. And again, remember, we do not need to get to species. Crescent was perfect, and even just knowing it was a butterfly is perfect. Okay, now this guy, is this a butterfly? Yes, and what group do we think this butterfly belongs to? Swallowtail, perfect. That was a great unanimous swallowtail. Loving it. And then species. Beautiful, eastern black swallowtail. Beautiful. I will admit, I'm not the best with my swallowtails because I usually just, since I'm used to doing the monitoring, I just write swallowtail and a little tally and don't go any further than that. So you guys are doing better than me. And then again, remember, we don't need to get to species, but with swallowtails, it sounds like you guys might be able to pretty soon or already. All right, next one. Is it a butterfly? Yes. And this is actually a butterfly that we just took a picture of at our annual little volunteer get-together. So that might give Dennis and Rhonda a hint. Okay, what's the morpho group for this little yellow butterfly? Sulfur. Okay, so, and then 2, we can put it as a large sulfur or a small sulfur to give me more information. So which one? Let's see. The leaf is probably like as big as the leaf on here. So large sulfur or small sulfur? Small, perfect. The large sulfurs are like 3 inches or 2 or 3 inches. So yeah, this would be a small sulfur. And then anybody have a guess as to which species? Beautiful, little yellow. Awesome. And then, yep, we don't need species, but it's fun to try while we're practicing, not when you're writing down data. Don't guess when you're writing down data. Okay, is it a butterfly? Yes. What morpho group would this be? Royalty. And which species is this? I'm like, oh goodness, I hope I wrote the right species. Yep, viceroy. Our monarch trickster, our fakie. And again, for those 2, if you see a royalty family butterfly flying and you don't know if it's a monarch or a viceroy, we're just going to write royalty. They really need to be landed for you to see that solid stripe. Okay, what about this one? Is this a butterfly? Awesome, yes. Morpho group. Hair streak has those little hair tails. Okay, any guess at species? I actually don't remember this, so let me see if I can guess. All right, we'll go with gray. It's hard because you have the white M hair streak, and then you're looking at the other ones, and I see multiple M's. So, all right, let's see. It is a gray hair streak. Great job. But we don't need to know that. We just need to know if it's a butterfly or not. It's more just for funsies. It depends. So if you are 100% sure that you know what it is, and there are some, like Gulf fritillaries, write the species for that one. And there's a couple others, like the white peacock, you can write the species for that one. When it, yeah. Mm-hmm. And I mean, on every data sheet, there's going to be a notes section. So you can even write on there. Like if you are a new volunteer, but you are really good with butterflies, and you write on there down to species, you can always write in the notes, like, I'm 100% sure that that's what I saw. Just so, because again, for us doing data entry, we're just getting the data sheets from you all. We're not there in person. But our general rule is only to write the species if you're completely confident. You would bet your life on that butterfly identification. Otherwise, just have it as the morpho group because it's better. We just want accuracy. And we're okay with a general result as long as it's accurate. So it kind of depends too, like how long you'll write your names on the data sheets, and usually, well, hopefully it'll be like veteran folks with new folks, and we'll sometimes we'll be out with you. So if you can get it to species, go for it, but definitely not the priority, I guess I would say. So thank you all to the folks who helped me with this or who put out guides that I took information from, because like I said before, I'm more of an estuarine ecologist, not an entomologist. So I really use these resources from other folks. And also thank you to all the incredible photographers. I think this picture is the only picture in this PowerPoint presentation that is mine. The rest of them came from other folks. A lot of them came from Dennis here, actually, in the front row. So thank you to all the photographers that make this training possible, because like I said, I think this is literally the only picture in here. I think actually maybe in the second slide there's one picture of a butterfly that's mine. But besides that, we really rely on these photographers to take some great photographs for us. And for all of these entomologists who have come up with these guides and published all this information, because that's really where I got all of this from, is entomologists, mostly at UF or USDA. And thank you all for dealing with me yapping on and on for like 2 hours. We're going to take lunch now, so thank you all so much for your patience.
Thank you, Emily. Don't worry, you're going to hear back from her about bees after. So, but yeah, well, let's take a 30-minute break for lunch. So be back here at like 1:05. Before you leave, if you can just put your email on the sign-in sheet for when you signed in the hallway. That's how we'll communicate with you as we ramp up the volunteer monitoring and get schedules scheduled and everything like that. So please do that as you're walking out the door. But yeah, let's be back at 1:05 for talking about bees.
Awesome. Can everybody hear me? Okay, perfect. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Who's ready for bees? It's gonna get crazy. Before we get too crazy, most important thing today. Today is actually Lexi's birthday there in the back behind the glass. So everybody wave and wish Lexi a happy birthday, and thank you for being here and listening to this all day on your birthday. That's dedication to the work. So we'll go ahead and spend probably the next hour and a half total talking about bees. So if you guys thought butterflies were crazy, bees are even crazier. I would, probably like double the amount of species for our region. So we'll do the same thing where we can take a break like halfway through. And does everybody have their morpho group guide? Because that'll be really helpful to follow along, especially our flow chart. So I'll walk you all through it. But I guess we'll go ahead and just get started with some basic information about bees. So our agenda for, like I said, about the next hour and a half will be briefly, I'll probably do the same thing I did with butterflies where I don't really dive too far into it, but you all can ask questions as we go because not a lot of people know about our native bees compared to honeybees. Don't ask me too much about honeybees because I'm the opposite. I don't know too much about honeybees compared to native bees. But we'll do the same thing. We'll talk about bee basics really quick, dive into bee ID for most of the time, and then do another little quiz at the end. And you guys did so good with butterflies. I'm sure bees we're going to do amazing. So bees in Florida specifically, we have around 315 native bee species in the state of Florida. That number fluctuates as we find new species, maybe unfortunately as we lose some species. But even cooler than that is we have around 29, some people say 30, species of endemic bees. So we talked about that term earlier. If something is endemic, it means it's only found in one place in the entire world. So we have 29 or 30 species of bees that are only found in Florida and nowhere else. They're not found in Georgia, they're not found in the rest of the Caribbean, only Florida. There's around 4,000 species of bees in the US and 20,000 globally. And bees around the world are known as the most important and most effective pollinators in most ecosystems. Honeybees are a species of bee that we all know a lot about. A lot of us eat honeybee honey. Sometimes honeycombs. We use bees for agriculture in the United States, but they're actually not native to North America. Honeybees came over with European settlers from Europe to produce honey and to help with agriculture, but there were no honeybees in North America before white European settlers came from across the Atlantic. But we do have a lot of native bees, like we said, around 315 species. But our native bees act very differently than honeybees. If you think about bees in general, honeybees are actually kind of the odd ones or the weird ones with that colony structure. That's not really usual of native bees. Honeybees are an interesting and unique species or group of bees. And our native bees in Florida are mostly solitary nesters, and most of them actually nest underground in small holes. Our native bees are better adapted than honeybees to forage in Florida and in our native habitats and with our native plants. And they're more diverse, definitely, because like I said, we have quite a few species, a lot of different colors, sizes, some bees that don't even look like bees at all. So we'll go through all of them. But unfortunately, nearly 1 in 4 native bee species in the U.S. is at risk of decline. There was a study done in the U.S. that looked at all the bee species that we have and looked at all of the information that we have and found that they could really only do population assessments for half of all of the species because it just wasn't enough data, because native species aren't studied as much. And then out of that half, they found that about half of those species were in decline. So things aren't looking super great for our native bees, again, as we take away important native plants. Use of pesticides also harms native bees. Climate change is also a big thing for native bees, with timing of flowers blooming and then the emergence of bees. In Florida, where it's warm year-round, of course, like we were talking about with butterflies, things get kind of weird because a lot of the information for native bees is actually kind of written for the United States as a whole, and most everybody else in the US has more of a winter than we do, so bees will overwinter, whereas in Florida we can kind of get through more life cycles more quickly because our ground doesn't freeze in the southern half of our state. Does anybody have any questions about any of that? Bee basics.
I have a question about the overwintering. So they tell you to leave your dead plant material that has stems for them to overwinter in, but is that really a thing in our area, or?
Yeah, I think it depends on how far south you are, because too, with Florida being a gradient, we can't even say like, when you live in Florida, do this, because things are so different in Miami than here. One thing to keep in mind is that for leafcutter bees specifically, they'll use that plant material to nest in like the spring and summer as well. So good to kind of keep some of those dead branches and things, I would say, in Florida all the time. Trying to think. Yeah. Yeah, and it doesn't need to be anything crazy. I know for us at our Titusville site, I kind of go a little crazy with it. I would say our Titusville garden is an extreme example of wildlife-friendly landscaping, but it doesn't need to be that crazy. You can just leave like a cute bundle and make it look nice if you want in your yard. It doesn't have to just be dead branches everywhere for the native bees. But yeah, based on textbooks, like I said, Florida gets a little weird, but we'll talk about that a little bit as we go through, because all of these different bees we'll talk about have different sort of life cycles. So we'll talk a little bit about each group as we go through. Any other questions? Okay, so now we'll hop into, we kind of have to do a little bit of basic anatomy in order to go through the rest of the PowerPoint. So bees belong to the order Hymenoptera, which is bees, wasps, hornets, sawflies, and ants. So they're all in the same order. Bees were referred to by someone as cotton candy with wings. So out of that group, they're the fuzziest, probably the cutest. They have three main body parts: their head, their thorax, and their abdomen. So the thorax is sort of that middle part of their body. And sometimes throughout the PowerPoint, you will refer to their abdomen actually as their butt, just because it's easier to remember sometimes than abdomen. But yeah, head, thorax, and then abdomen on the bottom. Females are the bees that actually collect and carry pollen. Male bees just end up being covered in pollen from going and foraging plants. So they're going to be using nectar from plants as food. Females will actually purposely collect pollen to bring to their young, whereas males just kind of end up getting covered in pollen because they're going in after nectar and they have to climb through flowers to get to that nectar. For our native bees, females usually collect that pollen and they'll make what's called a pollen loaf. And then they'll leave that loaf of pollen in the little nest cells for their young to emerge and eat. So their life cycle is, you can kind of think of it similar to a butterfly. So there's like the egg time period, then they hatch and will eat the pollen loaf, and then they'll pupate like butterflies and kind of emerge as an adult bee. But it's all happening either underground, in a log, or in a plant stem. Not in these fancy chrysalises that are hanging from flowers, but usually tucked in somewhere that we can't see. And depending on the size of the bee, that affects how far they can travel to find food. So honeybees are actually pretty good at flying to find food. I think they can do a couple miles on a good day. Bumblebees can fly a mile. Leafcutter bees can fly about 1,500 feet. And then our sweat bees are known to fly around 500 feet to find food. So if you have native plants in your yard and a place for bees to nest, bees can spend their entire life cycle just within your lawn or within your yard, or within our rain garden, potentially, if we have some native bees using it. They can spend their whole life just in the rain garden, and that's enough for them. Oh yeah, and then on here it says honeybees can fly up to 6 miles, so a little bit more than a couple, but really, really important pollinators in the system. Pollinators and flowering plants evolved together, so we wouldn't have our pretty flowers without our bees, and we wouldn't have our bees without our pretty flowers. So that is sort of really, really basic information on bees. Does anybody have any questions? Okay. Awesome. So we'll just go ahead and hop into ID. And like I said, we can talk a little bit about life histories and strategies with each group because there's such a wide diversity. I don't want to make too many blanket statements at the beginning, so we can learn a little bit about these different groups of bees as we go. So, like I said, bees is going to get hectic. So we have a flow chart to deal with this. And then also the 2 pages after that kind of put them into their different groups and have pictures. So just like butterflies, these are the morpho groups for bees. We're definitely not going to get bees down to species for visual monitoring, except for honeybees. Everybody else, we're going to have to just write down the morpho group. And remember, with morpho groups, things are grouped based on what they look like, not necessarily how closely related they are. For butterflies, things followed a really nice pattern, and the families of butterflies tended to look similar. Unfortunately, for bees, that's not always the case. So things might get a little bit, I don't want to say confusing. Things might get a little bit hairy, maybe, as we are going through, but I'll walk us through it. These are our morpho groups for our bees. We have honeybees, which is probably the easiest and the most important group to know for our monitoring. Then we have bumblebees that are fuzzy and big, large carpenter bees they have shiny butts, longhorn bees that have long antennae, long horns, turret and digger bees, which are medium big bees. We'll get into what that means in a minute. Leafcutter bees, mining bees, which are both striped, small to medium size, and we'll get into the difference between those two. Metallic bees, tiny bees, which is very fun, and then our cuckoo bees, which kind of look like wasps. So again, it gets a little challenging for bees, but that's why we like it. It's fun, keeps us on our toes. So here's our flow chart. We're going to keep referring back to this throughout the entire presentation. So when we do bee monitoring, something that helps us out is that we only record bees that are actively using flowers. So if a bee is flying, we don't record it. If a bee lands on a leaf, we don't record it. The bee has to be on a flower, actively using it. I guess they could be sitting on it, but they're usually walking around and rolling around and all that pollen on top, but they have to be using a flower to be counted, and that actually really helps us out, because if you had to try to identify everything that was buzzing past you during the monitoring, it would be impossible. So the easiest thing to do is while you're doing the monitoring, look for flowers that are blooming and then look in each flower and see if there's a bee using that flower. For us at our Titusville site, like I said, it's sort of similar to a wildflower meadow, so there's a lot of flowers to look at, so it's fun. And then for you guys at the rain garden, you might have an easier time scanning because you have more grasses and things like that. So you might be able to scan and look at individual flowers more easily and look for bees. So our sites are kind of different, but that's what's good. We'll get information about these different types of plantings in these different areas and see how many bees we have, again, that relative abundance, and then what groups of bees we're seeing. So if you're walking around and you see something on a flower, like a little black dot, but you're not sure what it is, but you see it moving, so you know it's a bug, you can write unknown flying insect or unknown insect, UFI. If you keep walking and you see something a little bit closer up and you can tell it's either a bee or a wasp, but you're not sure which, you can write Hymenoptera, which would cover you for bees and wasps and ants and sawflies. And if we keep walking and then we see something that we know is a bee, but we have no idea whether it's a honeybee or a native bee, you can write unknown bee. The most important distinction, if you see a bee, is the difference between a honeybee and a native bee. That's what we care about the most. And the protocol that our monitoring is based on actually just stops there for their monitoring that they do in other parts of the country. They just have volunteers write whether it's a honeybee or whether it's a native bee, and that's it. But I decided that I wanted to make things more fun and get into the different groups of native bees to see sort of what, types and groups of bees we're getting. So if you're doing monitoring and you can just differentiate between a honeybee and a native bee, that's really the most important thing. That's actually all we really need to do to get this done. I just like a challenge and decided that we were going to go above and beyond to get information on the different kinds of bees we have because they're all so cool and they're all so different. I wanted to get a little bit more information. Are we seeing metallic bees? Are we seeing bumblebees? Because those are so different. And we can do it. We can tell them apart. One is green and small, and one is giant and fuzzy. So we're totally capable of putting them into these smaller groups. But the most important thing is whether it's a honeybee or whether it's one of the hundreds of native bees that we have. That's the most important distinction to make. And it's probably the easiest one. So we'll hop into honeybees first. These are our non-native bees. Again, white settlers brought these to North America from Europe, and we've had them here ever since. We love our honeybees. I love honey. And we also love being able to eat. And honeybees help provide pollen for a lot of our agricultural crops or spread pollen around and pollinate those crops that we rely on for food. A lot of our fruits and vegetables are pollinated by honeybees. A lot of them are also pollinated by native bees, though, that are just here living in Florida and North America and will pollinate those plants for us as well. But we brought honeybees specifically to help with crop pollination and then to be able to eat the honey. So honeybees are medium-sized bees. We kind of use them as a reference for other sizes. So they're about 1/2 inch long from their head to their abdomen. Their abdomen is sort of torpedo-shaped. They're not super round and chunky, but they're not pointed like a wasp. They have stripes on their abdomen. They can kind of vary in color. They can be kind of darker to lighter, sort of goldish orange color. They are known to be methodic flyers, so they go from flower to flower, pretty determined. And they do kind of make a buzzing noise when they fly by. So this is the bee that it's similar to the monarch. This is the bee we all know throughout all of North America is our honeybee. So as we go through these pictures, you'll recognize our North America's most iconic bee. So they tend to have the honey color near their thorax, and you all have seen these guys. Usually also as like cartoon characters and on the Save the Bee posters, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but these aren't the bees that really need saving. Because you can think of bees like little flying cows. They're managed by people. We brought them here. They're like an agricultural livestock, sort of, really tiny. They're like our tiny little cows. So we can breed more and bring more if we need more. We like supplement their populations. It's really horrible to have a crash in honeybees for us and obviously for the honeybees, but for the natural system, it doesn't really impact our native preserves and natural systems. It just impacts our honey, and because we love those cute little guys. But the bees we need to save on our Save the Bee poster should be some of our Florida native bees that we're losing in our natural wild species. Does that make sense? Just think of them as little flying cows. Okay, so that's our honeybee. Again, the most important distinction is just from a native bee and a honeybee. So if you saw this bee on a flower, you would know that's not a honeybee. So you could just write native bee and that's perfect, because then we have an idea of how many native bees we're getting. Because honeybees are our little flying cows, the amount that we get in a garden or a restoration area really just has to do with how close the closest managed hive is. So especially A lot of our local beekeepers will move bees around based on the season to different areas of natural managed areas or their own farms. So for us at our Titusville garden, in the beginning, we had a ton of honeybees. And the reason that we keep track of honeybees separate from native bees is because we had all those honeybees there because we had a hive nearby. And then somebody must have moved those hives because I haven't seen any in a while. So the presence of honeybees doesn't really tell us if our habitat is conducive. It just kind of tells us that somebody has honeybees nearby. So that's why it's so important for us to document our native bees, which fall into these 6 major families. So these families are different than the morpho groups. These are actual taxonomic families of bees. So we have Apidae, which are our big bees, our bumblebees, carpenter bees, longhorn bees, turret and digger bees. Then we have our Halictidae bees, which there are some metallic bees in those categories. We have Megachilidae bees, those are leaf cutters. We have our mining bees, our Andrenidae. We have this group called plasterer bees, which is pretty cool. We'll talk about those in a little bit too. And then melitid bees, we're just gonna kind of skip because we don't have them. That's more like Tallahassee, very North Florida. And then there's a group called cuckoo bees and a group called tiny bees, and they're found in all of those 6 major families. So for all the native bees, all of our 315 or 320 species, depending on who you talk to, they all fall in those different family groups. And then they play out into this beautiful flowchart that I made and tried to make everything come together. We're gonna have to do a little bit of editing to our flowcharts at some point. That'll be later on. So we might have a break in between. So you all will need a pen because there's some stuff we need to add into here that I did not have time to do before we started our presentation, but it'll help us with ID when we go out in the field. So the first group we're gonna talk about, again, when we're walking through the garden, we have these big overarching groups. We have unknown flying insect, if you have no idea what it is. Hymenoptera, if you know it's like a bee wasp-ish bug. Then we have unknown bee, for if you know it's a bee, but you can't tell if it's a native bee or a bumblebee. Then we have honeybee or native bee, once you start to get better at bee ID and go, okay, that was a honeybee, that one's some sort of native bee. And then our first native bee group that we're gonna branch off to are big bees. So you can use big bee as a group as well when you're doing monitoring. So if you see a bee fly by that is around an inch, or I should say bigger than a half an inch, those would be considered big bees. So we have bumblebees, large carpenter bees, longhorn bees, turret and digger bees. And those are all of our groups of big bees that you can see in the pink. So the first big bee group we're going to dive into is bumblebees, which is also another pretty well-known group of bees. So bumblebees all belong to the genus Bombus, and we have 5 species in Florida. Again, with bees, we're not getting to species, but I like to show you all of the species in that category so you can kind of get an eye for what a bumblebee is. So they're large to very large, so usually around an inch or 3/4 of an inch. And their entire body is fuzzy. There are little teddy bears. So they're kind of one of our bigger bee groups, very fuzzy. They can be sort of yellowish, orange, black. They do make a buzzing sound when they fly because they're quite large. And you can see on this female bumblebee a pollen loaf on her leg. So that little, if you can see my cursor, that little wet-looking ball is some pollen that she packed on there with kind of like saliva and made a little loaf, and tucked it in there. It's some people will call them bees' grocery bags. So that's her little grocery bag that she got from the flower and goes home and puts that little loaf underground for her, or usually for bumblebees, in a log or in like a brush of grass for her young. This is our only native bee that has a social structure similar to a honeybee. So they do have sort of this generational situation where they produce the first sort of group of offspring, and they kind of do that similar thing with honeybees where they all have different jobs, and then they eventually produce a queen, and then she goes off and starts a new colony. So a little bit like that honeybee structure, a little bit more complicated, whereas the rest of the native bees are super solitary and they just leave the loaf and never interact with their offspring again. Kind of like sea turtles, but with little pollen loafs underground. So these are our bumblebee species, common eastern bumblebee. So you'll see the abdomen is fuzzy. Pay attention to that. That's the key identifier for bumblebees, is they're fuzzy all over. So again, that butt or that abdomen is fuzzy. Brown-belted bumblebee, fuzzy. Two-spotted bumblebee, fuzzy. Fuzzy. This bee is actually on the red list for international conservation, so it's known on an international level to be endangered, which is a pretty big deal on the southern plains bumblebee. But again, it's fuzzy, and it's like an inch big. So it's a big bee, and it's fuzzy. And that's our bumblebees. So big, fuzzy bees, teddy bears of the sky and of the flowers. Our next group of big bees we'll get into is the group that's most easily confused with bumblebees, and it's large carpenter bees. All of our large carpenter bees are in the genus Xylocopa, and there's actually only 2 species, so pretty easy. One thing that makes it a little trickier is there's a mimic species, so there is a leafcutter bee that pretends it's a carpenter bee, but I'll tell you how to tell the difference. Same thing with the viceroy, it's mimicking that other group. So large carpenter bees look very similar to bumblebees. They're around that same size, about an inch. They're actually can be a little larger than bumblebees. They're usually an inch, where bumblebees can be less than an inch. Very large. The big difference is they have shiny butts. So bumblebees have fuzzy butts. Large carpenter bees have shiny butts, shiny abdomen. So we'll go through, and carpenter bees are the ones that people don't like as much because they do make nests in wood. So they will burrow little holes into wood structures. Yeah, their holes are pretty perfectly round. They like untreated wood. So if your wood is treated, you're not supposed to see them as much. And they're not like termites. They won't do extensive damage. It's just a little hole. I think it's cool to see them, but I know some people get upset when a bee burrows into their wooden structure, like their house. So I understand that. But again, these carpenter bees, you know they're carpenter bees because they have those shiny abdomens or shiny butts. So here's one species, the southern carpenter bee and the eastern carpenter bee. I did a poor job. You can't tell these species apart because of the coloring of their thorax. I should have included a picture of males and females on both slides because that's where that difference comes from. So this bee being all black and this one having that yellow you can't identify them to species that way because I want to say it's a southern carpenter bee. I think this is a female and then the males have yellow on them. I just didn't have a picture of a male on the slide. So again, we're not getting anything to species for bee. You just see that shiny butt and you write large carpenter bee, and that's it. And then this is our mimic. This is the carpenter mimic leaf cutter. So you can see this bee actually has fuzz underneath its abdomen on the bottom side, and that is a characteristic of a leaf cutter bee, which we'll get into in a little bit. I love leaf cutter bees. But this guy's a little bit smaller than the large carpenter bees, and if you see that fuzz underneath the abdomen, you know it's not a real carpenter bee. It's this mimic. But again, if you just write large carpenter bee, we're including this mimic in that group, so you have your bases covered. You don't need to differentiate. You can just write large carpenter bee, because then when we do our analysis, we know the large carpenter bee includes the 2 real carpenter bees and the fakie. So we're aware. Next group we'll get into is actually a category within a category. So you see the red, which is our big bee category, and then we have the 3 pink boxes. Underneath 2 of those pink boxes, you see in sort of on the flow chart, it's easier to see. You have the blue bracket that says medium big bee on the flow chart, and then on the PowerPoint, you kind of have that rainbow shape that says medium big bee. So we're going to talk about the medium big bee category, which covers turret bees, digger bees, and longhorn bees, because all those guys can look kind of similar. So we needed an overarching category for those besides big bee. So a medium big bee is a bee that's bigger than a honeybee, usually kind of chunkier than a honeybee, but not big enough to be a carpenter bee or a bumblebee. So you know it's not a carpenter bee, you know it's not a bumblebee, but it's still big and chunky. We're going to put it in the medium big bee category. And this includes longhorn bees and turret and digger bees. So we'll get into those groups and you'll kind of get a better idea of what I'm talking about. So again, medium big bees is anything that's a half an inch, so the size of a honeybee, and bigger, but you know it's not a carpenter bee and you know it's not a bumblebee. Which again, that seems like a big task right now, but once you start seeing them outside, it'll all click, I promise. So longhorn bees are really cool when you see male longhorn bees. Unfortunately, females don't have the long antenna, but they have super long antennae that look way too big for their bodies. So they're pretty easy to identify because of that. We have around 24 species of longhorn bees in Florida, and again, they're usually the size of a honeybee or bigger, and they just have antennas that seem way too big for their bodies, so you'll know that it's a longhorn bee because of that. Unfortunately, female bees don't have those longhorns. Instead, they have robust hind legs, or as I like to say, because it's easy to remember, they have really thick thighs. Or fuzzy leg warmers. Their legs are really fuzzy and really thick compared to other bees, but there are a lot of female bees with really thick, fuzzy thighs. So it can be hard to differentiate just because of that. For our monitoring purposes, I would only write longhorn bee if you see a male and you see a bee that actually has long horns or antenna. If you just see a bee that has really fuzzy legs, that's not enough to put it in this category. So you would just write big B or medium big B depending on how certain you were. Because again, big B is the overarching category. So any of these bees we're talking about right now can be put in the big B category. And then as you move down from there, you can get more specific, but again, you don't have to. And you can even just put native bee. You're just like, I know this isn't a honeybee, and it's a bee, so it's a native bee. But here's some pictures of some of our longhorn bees. You can see it looks like a male on that picture of the bee upside down because its antenna is passing through the flower past the bee. Again, the male's on the left with the really long horns, and then the female has really fuzzy hind legs. Another one just with really long antenna. So if you see them on a plant, you'll notice like this guy, the antenna is like as long as his body is. So that's a little obnoxiously long for the bee. And then you can see in this photo, again, the male longhorn with the really long antenna, and then the female, that would be more of like a normal bee antenna size on the right. Whereas the male on that little stick there has really, really long antenna. Again, here's some more. So if you see a bee with a really long antenna, you know it's a longhorn bee. Pretty easy. Yeah, it has hair on it. They're just going to be smaller than bumblebees. Yeah. Because bumblebees are really large and really fuzzy. Because the two bees you'll probably get confused are carpenter bees and bumblebees because they're both the largest, but one has the fuzzy butt and one has the shiny butt. These guys are probably like the next size down. And all bees are fuzzy in general. The fact that carpenter bees have little hairless abdomen is unusual. Yeah, usually bees are pretty fuzzy. Okay, here's more longhorn bees. Again, sort of bigger than a honeybee, but smaller than a bumblebee with really long antenna. Okay, so those were all of our longhorn bees. Now our last big bee group are turret and digger bees. It's actually two groups of bees, but they look so similar that there isn't a point in separating them for our morpho groups. And like longhorn bees, these are also considered medium big bees. So if you see them, you can put big bee, because that means you're not sure which of these four categories. It's either a turret digger bee, a longhorn bee, large carpenter bee, or a bumblebee. Those are all considered big bees. So if you can't tell them apart yet, you just write big bee, because they're all bigger than a honeybee. If you start to be able to differentiate, that's when you're going to get into writing bumblebee versus large carpenter bee versus longhorn bee versus turret/digger bee. So these guys are pretty interesting. They will make their little houses. Turret bees will make these little turrets or chimneys that they'll go in and out of, and their house will be inside of that. They make it out of water and dirt. And then digger bees kind of vary in their nest construction. A lot of them nest underground. And I'm pretty sure these are the bees that will sometimes splay out on top of the water. to collect water to build their little chimneys. Almost like you can think of a water bug or a water spider where they'll be on the water with their legs spread out so as to not fall through and use that water surface tension to hold them up. So they make these cute little houses, and again, they're kind of you can think of our medium big bees as bumblebee, honeybee combos. So they're not huge and fluffy like our bumblebees are, but they don't look like a honeybee either. So they're kind of a mix of the two. So you'll see this guy. Again, they're usually the size of a honeybee, a little bit bigger. It's kind of like a miniature bumblebee. They're just a little bit smaller than the other bees in that group. We don't see medium big bees as much in the garden, but every once in a while we'll have one. And it really does, it's like a honeybee-sized bumblebee. So they're a little rounder, have different colors than the honeybees do, but they're just not quite as big as those bumblebees are. And we have a couple, and you see their, those little legs sometimes will, like I said, sprawl out on the water to collect, to make their little chimneys. You can see the bee's tongue in this digger bee picture sticking out going into that flower. So that's the tongue of the bee for that flower that's buzzing around on the left, it looks like. And then our blueberry digger bee forages on blueberry plants specifically, which we do have Florida native blueberry plants. And they'll time their emergence as the same as the blueberry plant, which is really cool. And they specifically pollinate those plants. So the cool thing about native bees versus honeybees is native bees can be very specific, and they'll pollinate one family or one type of plant, whereas honeybees can just kind of generally pollinate flowers that are easy to pollinate. Some of our native bees will go for specific species that would be a little harder for honeybees to get to. Let's say like some of our really pretty Florida, let's say like orchids or specific native plants that are only found in Florida, we'll have bees that pollinate those plants specifically, have a specific relationship with them. So those are all of our big bees. So again, you see any of those guys, you can write big bee. Once you start to get a little better at the identification, you can get into those more specific categories. Anybody have any questions about big bees? Go ahead.
I have seen a bee that will just hover. I don't know if he had a nest or whatever, but like a garden bee.
Okay. Is it like a bigger bee? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so the carpenter bees can be kind of aggressive, but it's usually the males that will like be those guard bees. Yeah. Well, it can't sting you. They don't have stingers. Yeah. Yeah, and they'll buzz you, but they can't sting you. So male bees don't have stingers. So any male bees they can't sting. Only female bees can sting because it's the same, the female bee sex organ that deposits eggs is the same organ that can sting. So males don't deposit eggs, so they don't have that organ. So male bees can't sting. It's just the women that sting. And most of our native bees can actually sting you if they want it. It's super rare. I catch bees in the net and handle them with my hands, and they've never stung me. But our native bees can actually sting you and then keep stinging you. It's not like honeybees that sting you once and then get stuck. Honeybees, unfortunately for them, have barbs on their stinger. So the barb will go into mammalian skin and get stuck. And then when they try to fly away, it'll rip the barb out. But our native bees don't have barbs on their stingers. They can sting you over and over. But I've been doing this for a few years now, and I will catch them in a net, and I'm like putting them in a vial and touching all over, and they've never stung me. So they're mostly big fakers. They won't actually sting you. So now we'll go ahead and hop into our next category. So our two big categories are the big bee category and then the small to medium bees. So everything that's considered a big bee is a 1/2 inch or larger, and everything that's considered a small to medium bee is 1/2 inch or smaller. So this is when we get into some of our colorful bees and our tiny bees and sort of our more fun, diverse species. All of those big bees, again, are our honeybees, our large carpenter bees, our longhorn bees, and our turret and digger bees. Bigger, fuzzier. These guys is where we really get into some of the more diverse species. So we have a category with brackets, that's small to medium striped bees, and we have two major boxes in there. We have leafcutter bees and mining bees. That is sort of misleading because mining bees, that box category is actually made up of a couple different types of bees. So we will get into that, and this is where we're going to have to get our pens out and write a little bit on our sheets. So leafcutter bees are all in the same family. They make it easy for us, and they all have hairy bellies. So that's how we tell our small, medium striped bees apart, is mining bees have a smooth belly and leafcutter bees have a hairy belly. And that's how you tell the difference. So with that being said, if you're not, if you don't have the flower right in front of you and you can't bend it and look right underneath the bee's belly, it can be hard to tell which one is which. So we just use the category small, medium striped bee to cover all of the leafcutter bees and all of the mining bees. Any bee that is a 1/2 inch to 0.3 inches in size, which we'll pass around, and are small, that medium size, and have stripes on their belly, we can just call them small to medium striped bees. If you do happen to see if they have hair on the underside of their abdomen, then you can put them in the different categories. But small, medium striped bee is fine. We see a lot of small, medium striped bees in our monitoring. Go ahead. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah, mm-hmm. Yeah, so when people talk about Africanized bees, they're talking about Africanized Western honeybees. So it's still, you would put it in the honeybee category. I can't tell the difference between, and they don't, there's a more appropriate term that people are using now instead of Africanized bee, which I can't think of off the top of my head.
Well, they're saying this is like Africanized killer bees.
Yeah.
I didn't want to say killer, but.
Yeah. They're just a more aggressive species of honeybee. Or, yeah, are they their own species? Or are they just a sub species?
I thought that they also killed the good bees. There was something, anyhow, it's not something that goes through.
Yeah, for monitoring sakes, don't worry about it. Yeah, and for killer bees, they're just more aggressive, which is another cool thing about native bees versus honeybees is native bees, since they usually are solitary, they don't have a hive to defend, so that's why they typically don't sting, because they're just off on their own. They don't have to protect a hive, whereas with honeybees, they do have hives that they want to protect, so that's why they tend to sting people more, because they are protecting a hive of individuals, whereas for our solitary bees, they don't really care. It's just them on a flower, so they tend to not sting. Africanized bees, again, that's not the correct term. I just can't remember what the correct term is off the top of my head that they're using more and more to describe those bees. They're a group of more aggressive honeybees. So if you saw one, you would think it was a honeybee, so you're just going to write down honeybee. Yeah, because they're just same thing as a honeybee. They just that subsection of honeybees. Again, I can't remember if they're a subspecies or if it's just like the area that they're from. They tend to be more aggressive, and that's and I don't even think they necessarily always come from Africa. I think some of them come from the tropics. So again, that the terminology has changed as we've learned more information. But for the life of me, I just can't remember what it's called. What was that? Yeah. So if you are allergic to stinging insects, maybe bee monitoring might be a little treacherous at times, but like I said, I've never been stung, and most people aren't, because especially with native bees, they really they'll land on you and drink some sweat and fly away. Again, I haven't had that happen to me, unfortunately, but I'm waiting for the day. I guess I'm not sweaty enough, or I'm not there at the right time, but one day. So back to our small to medium striped bees. We passed around our sizes, and again, it just has to do with the amount of hair on their bellies. So the first group we'll talk about is actually our leafcutter bees. So again, they're all the same family. This name, leafcutter bee, for the category is very appropriate. Every bee listed underneath is considered a leafcutter bee species. So most of them are kind of black and white striped. Some of them get kind of colorful. We have around 75 species of leafcutter bee in Florida, and all of our leafcutter bees make their homes by cutting little pieces off of leaves or using plant material, and then making these little teeny tiny cells for their individual eggs. So they'll take leaves, they'll make these little cells, they'll lay an egg, they'll leave a pollen loaf, and then fly off, never to be seen again. There's not much parental care going on with these insects. But you can see on the top is a leafcutter bee, then in the middle is an example of a resin bee that uses plant resin to build the nest, and then on the bottom, I guess would be a mason bee that's using mud. But again, these are all different types of bee nests. And they'll usually construct them in hollow stems of plants. So if you do have some plants that look dead or dried out on your property, you can either collect up those stems or just leave those plants, and leafcutter bees will nest inside of the stems of the hollowed out sort of dead plants. So they are a really important nesting habitat for bees, because not only do we need flowers in a bee habitat, we also need that material for them to nest in. Because again, if a bee only can fly 1,000 feet to get food, you want to make sure that they have food and shelter all in the same area. Female bees will sleep in nests, whereas male bees just kind of sleep on flowers and plants out in the garden. And again, this is a picture that we're passing around of the different leafcutter bee, resin bee, and mason bee nests. We also have pebble bees, which are really cool. We have an endemic pebble bee, and they'll use pebbles to make their nests, just little tiny. And they'll just stick the pebbles onto a plant at the base of the plant and have their nest there. So yeah, most of our bees don't have hives with honey. Most of them nest like this. Well, I would say 30% of our native bees nest like this, and then the other 70 nest underground, which we'll talk about in a minute. So we'll hop into our leafcutter bees. All of these guys are sort of more robust. They're stockier looking. And when you see a leafcutter bee on a flower, a lot of times they'll be holding their abdomen up in the air, because again, it's fuzzy underneath. That's how they collect pollen. So they'll kind of be doing a little like butt bounce, little booty bounce on the flower, and sticking their butt up in the air and flying around and bouncing all over the place. They fly really fast. I have a hard time catching these guys, which again is a great little challenge. But they're, compared to mining bees, they're stockier, they're more robust, and again, they have hair on their belly. Sometimes you can't see the hairy belly in these photos. In this one you can, underneath that bee that's on the white flower. And again, keep in mind the size of these bees. So the photo on the, let me make sure I'm looking the right way. Yeah, the photo on the left, which was taken by Dennis sitting in the front row, it was taken on this flower, Biden's alba. So you can see how little this flower is. And the bee really just takes up the yellow portion of the flower. So again, they're about 0.3 to 0.5 inches. So they're not huge. And unfortunately for us doing monitoring, that's considered a small to medium-sized bee. We're not even to the small to tiny bees yet. This is kind of an average bee size, unfortunately for us in our eyes. But again, they're kind of stocky. They actually have really strong mandibles in the front, so they can cut the leaves and cut the plant material to build their nest. So they're strong. They might be small, but they're mighty little bees. So again, now we're getting into some more color. And you can tell that this bee has a fuzzy abdomen because of all the pollen that's stuck to it. So even if you can't see the hairs, if you see a bee that I've heard described look like a flying Cheeto because they have so much pollen stuck to their abdomen, that is a leafcutter bee. because they carry their pollen on their belly, especially the females, because again, they're collecting it to bring it back to their young, so they're collecting it on their underside, which, according to some people, makes them look like a flying Cheeto. So now we're getting into a category of leaf cutters that we call our color cutters. So if you see a stocky bee that's yellow or red, you can actually get more specific and write down color cutter if you recognize it. So this is one of our color cutter bees. Again, they're, instead of just having white stripes, it's yellow. They're very thick, like the rest of the leaf cutters, have really strong mandibles, and they'll be carrying their pollen underneath their belly. Here we're getting a little bit more red. This is a really cute yellow one. As you can see, they're stocky looking. They do, compared to the other bees we'll see, they're stronger, they're not as slender, and they bounce around. They're really fast, but bouncy. Here is a red leaf cutter bee. Bees have round abdomens or round butts compared to wasps. So you will see a lot of red wasps, but usually their abdomen will be pointy, which we'll talk about at the end. We'll do some bee versus wasp quizzing. And then this bee is only found in Florida, and we have found it in our Titusville garden, so that's very exciting. We've gotten pictures of it there. So the Florida pebble bee, it builds its house out of little pebbles that it'll attach to the base of plants, and it's the only pebble bee that's red in all of the United States. All the rest of the pebble bees are yellow, but in Florida we have this special red pebble bee. So if you all see this bee, you should be very excited, because I was. Because they're only found here, but they're the only people in the whole world who will see this bee in the wild. And again, this bee, now we're getting kind of small. This one is about 0.3 inches, but it has a fuzzy belly and a little bit of striping on the abdomen. And there's no pictures of this bee that I could find alive, but that's what it looks like. So that's all our leaf cutters. Again, they're about 0.3 to 0.5 inches that we pass around. They tend to be a little bit stockier, not as slim. They carry pollen on their belly, so you'll see them sticking their butt up in the air, and sometimes they look like a flying Cheeto, depending on how much pollen they have. Next are the bees that look most like them, the mining bees. But mining bees don't carry pollen on their abdomen, they carry pollen on their legs. So their legs will be covered in pollen, not their abdomen. Sometimes their thorax will have pollen on it, but you can see in this picture, the abdomen, the underneath isn't all yellow. Instead, it's their legs that are all yellow. So that's the difference, which isn't too much of a difference when you're looking with your eyes on a 90-degree day in the middle of July. So again, you can just write small, medium striped bee because it has stripes and it's small to medium size. And that's really all we need to know. And again, if you just know it's not a honeybee, you can just write native bee, and that's perfect because we're just trying to get the number of bees that we have and a little bit of diversity information. So this mining bee category is a little bit misleading. It really should be smooth belly bee, but I thought that having to write smooth belly bee on the data sheet over and over again was kind of a lot, so that's why I chose to use mining bee as the term instead. But our mining bee category is also made up of plaster, furrow, and nominee bees. So on your flow chart, I would recommend in the leaf cutter bee box, under leaf cutter bee, writing the word hairy belly. And then in the mining bee box, write the word smooth belly. Because again, I guess it would have been comical to be looking through data sheets and just like typing out hairy belly and smooth belly over and over again, but I decided to go with a little bit less funny names, I guess. So again, under leaf cutter bee, if you write hairy belly, and then under mining bee, write smooth belly. And then we're gonna add some more stuff under mining bee. The first two genuses that are listed, those two names, you can put a bracket and write mining. That way you know those are the two real mining bees. The Andrena and Calliopesis are the two real mining bee genuses. So you can write a bracket and write mining. And then the next one down, Coletes, you can put there if you have room, maybe on the other side. I alternated mine. Those are plasterer bees. So you can write plasterer, like on the slide, for Coletes. And the next one down, Halictus, those are furrow bees. So you can write furrow there. And then the last two genuses, Nomia and Dieunomia, those are that last name on the slide, the nominae, however you want to say it. But you can write that as the group for the last two. So that way I'm not just lying to you that they're all mining bees, because they're not. But they're all smooth belly bees, so they all went under the mining bee category. So again, under mining bee, we have smooth belly. The first two genuses underneath the box are mining bees. The next one down, the Coletes, is plasterer. The next one down, that's Halictus. That's furrow. And then the last two are the nominae bees. So that way it doesn't look like I'm fooling you. We do know what they actually are, but they all just fit well under the mining bee category. All right, does that make sense to everyone? Have that all written down? I would have typed it out for you, but this was Friday afternoon that I realized it wasn't on there, so sorry. But it's good. It gets everybody involved. You have to help make part of your flow chart. So just some extra info. So all of our mining bees have smooth bellies, and you can remember they have smooth bellies because they're digging holes in the ground. So you don't want a fuzzy belly covered in pollen when you got a tunnel. So this is an example of mining bee little nests and burrows. Here's a very blurry picture. It's the same thing. We wrote on there plasterer bee on your guide. Plasterer bees actually produce this cellophane-like substance from their body that they'll line their nests with to help keep them from flooding, which is really great for Florida to keep water out of your burrow when you dig in the ground. So that is why plasterer bees are their own sort of group, because they produce this substance from a specific gland that they have, and then they mix it with saliva and they coat their nest entrance to try to keep the water out. And then furrow bees are sort of similar to bumblebees and honeybees, where they're a little bit more social. So some of the species are completely solitary, aren't social at all. Some of the species will share a nest entrance, like multiple females will share one entrance, and then they have their own brood cells that they go to and keep it separate. But then there are some species that are actually social, where mothers and daughters and sisters all share the same entrance, but then also help take care of each other's offspring. So kind of differing lifestyles within even the same family. So bees get funky. Before we actually we'll go through mining bees really quick, and then we'll take a little break, and then we'll get through the last couple fun sections. So we'll just get through the rest of mining bees, and then we'll call it for another like 5 or 10 minutes. So here are mining bees. Again, very similar to leafcutter bees. That's why they're both in the small, medium bee category. But again, they have smooth bellies, and instead they carry their pollen on their legs. So you can see a pollen kind of loaf on this bee's leg over here. So that's what makes it a mining bee versus a leafcutter bee. Again, and you can see these bees are a little bit more slender. They're around the same size as the leafcutter bees, but they're not as tough and round and robust looking. They're a little bit more slender. Again, they're digging little burrows in the ground, whereas leafcutter bees are chomping on leaves and cutting plants apart and have to be a little bit stronger. I don't know, I made that up, but that's how I'm trying to remember the difference. Leafcutter bees are more robust. These guys are slimmer. On this mining bee on the left, you can really see the yellow pollen on its legs. You can kind of see it on the right too. So again, carrying pollen on their legs, not their belly, because they have smooth bellies and fuzzy legs. Again, here's some more pollen on the legs for our mining bees. Now we're getting into cellophane bees, and plaster bees are the same thing. So these are those bees that coat their entrances in kind of a saliva substancy waterproofing that they make. And then our furrow bees, we see a lot in our Titusville garden. We'll see what you guys get. But you can just consider these guys mining bees. This picture is important to pay attention to, the picture that it looks like it has pollen on its belly. That's why we have the overarching category of small, medium, striped bee, because sometimes bees just end up covered in pollen. And it's when they're real, you'll see them sometimes just coated. There's pollen all over them. I'll catch them in the vial, and the vial will just get covered in pollen. So sometimes it can be hard to tell just by pollen placement. So it's good to have that small, medium, striped bee category. And again, smooth bellies, striped, about a half an inch to about a third of an inch in size. And those are all our mining bees. So we're almost done with bees already. We've done all the big bees. We've done all of our small, medium striped bee. So we just have tiny bees, metallic bees, and cuckoo bees, which are all really interesting. So we'll go ahead and take a break now so we can walk around for a minute, let some of the information settle into your brain, and then we can come back in, what do we think, like 5 or 10 minutes? Okay, we'll do 5 minutes, so we'll be back at 2:15. a little bit more exciting, I think, and fast, because we got to go outside soon. So we'll just get through these guys nice and quick. And now we're getting into where things get really colorful. So these other guys are probably the hardest to tell apart. The next categories we're going to talk about, the tiny bees, the metallic bees, and the cuckoo bees, are the easiest, I think, to get down into the different groups because they look a little bit more distinct. So our next group of bees is our metallic bees. And this consists of metallic sweat bees and metallic mason bees. Metallic sweat bees are more common. You will probably, or at least hopefully, see these guys soon when you go outside. The metallic mason bees are smaller and not as common. So these are kind of the size of a honeybee or a little bit smaller. Same size as our small to medium striped bees, except for these guys are metallic and shiny, blue-green color. We don't need to worry about where they're hairy or anything like that. If you see a bee that's green or shiny and blue, you just write metallic bee, and that's perfect. We do have two groups. We have metallic sweat bees, which are green, and then our metallic mason bees, you'll see them on the sheet. They're a separate little category that's osmia. So the metallic sweat are most of them, and then there's the one genus osmia. Those osmia bees are small and blue. We see those less. So if you write metallic sweat bee, that lets me know that it's one of our green metallic sweat bees. So the osmia bees are smaller. Those would be the 0.3 inches, the smaller bee that we're passing around, and then the green metallic sweat bees are bigger. They're about the size of a honeybee, that 0.5 inches. So I'll just go through these. Here's a green metallic sweat bee. Green metallic sweat bee. Very cool to see these guys. They glisten in the sun. They're beautiful. Again, green means it's a metallic sweat bee. Green metallic sweat bee. Green metallic sweat bee. Green metallic sweat bee. So they're green. Some of them, though, will have brown and yellow stripes, but at least part of their body is green and metallic. So it is a metallic sweat bee. Again, another one that has actually like black and white striped abdomen, but is green and metallic. So it's a metallic sweat bee. Now, I'm not sure if you will see these at this site. At our Titusville site, we don't see them because we're too far north for now. But this is a non-native metallic green bee. They are bigger than our green metallic sweat bees. They carry pollen differently. These guys have pollen loafs. Our green metallic sweat bees don't make their pollen like that. These guys actually hover more like flies. They're like little helicopters. Whereas metallic sweat bees don't really hover too much. They kind of just go flower to flower. These guys hover like little helicopters, and they actually dangle their legs, and they have these weird plated legs. So if you see this bee, you'll know, you're like, oh, that is not a metallic sweat bee. That's a different metallic bee. But we shouldn't be seeing them this far north. I see them in Fort Pierce and in the southern part of the IRL, but not this far north. Now, these are those small blue metallic osmia bees. So if you see a smaller, about a 1/2 inch to 0.3 inch bee and it's blue and metallic, you would write osmia. We don't see these as much. But again, here they're blue instead of green, so it would be osmia, a little blue bee. Again, little blue bee is osmia. We don't see them often. There's another shiny blue. It's not green this time, so it's osmia. So those are all of our metallic bees. Most of what you'll see are those green ones. Those are metallic sweat bees. And if you see a bee and you're not sure if it's a blue osmia bee or a green metallic sweat bee, then you just write metallic bee to cover your bases. And then if you see a metallic bee, you should be able to tell that it's not a honeybee. But for some reason, if you're not sure, you can write unknown bee. But as you can see, as we get further along, you can definitely start to tell the difference between these bees versus honeybees, because that's the most important distinction. So if you can tell if a bee is green and shiny, it is not a honeybee. So you can write native bee if you need to, then you can get down to metallic bee or metallic sweat bee. Our next group which definitely don't look like honeybees, are tiny bees. So tiny bees are made up of bees from all different families, but the one thing they have in common is they are extremely small. So think of the size of a grain of rice, specifically short grain rice, not even long grain. They're really tiny. To fit into this category, you have to be 0.1 to 0.3 inches. They're usually pretty slender and dark colors, and these guys can crawl really deep into flowers because they're so small. So again, for bee monitoring, we look at the flowers and see if there's anything using the flower. So that makes it easier. You don't have to catch these guys flying. You just look at the flower and you say, oh, look at that speck. And you get closer, you're like, it's a bee. Or maybe it's a fly, but hopefully it's a bee. These are 0.1. The 0.3 is around here somewhere. So you'll see on the bee that I'm passing around, the cutout of the bee is smaller than the magnet that I had to put it on. So we have these cool masked bees that are tiny bees, but we're not going to be able to see the mask because they're so small. But enjoy these up-close pictures so you can see the mask and the intricate markings, but they'll probably just look like a little black speck. But we have many, many tiny bees. A lot of times we miss them. We have the fiery cyclops blood bee, which is very exciting. But yeah, these guys are all about the size of a grain of rice. We have a species that's gold in color. Another gold bee. But all very tiny, most of them dark. Good question. It depends on what family they're in. So this bee actually is a Florida small carpenter bee. So they would probably nest in wood as well, but they're just so tiny that we don't even notice. So this, when you look at the slide, that bee's like, oh, it's a decent size, but this is the flower that the bee is on. So it's really tiny. We passed around this flower a couple times, but we'll pass it around again for fun. So it's sitting on the top of this frog fruit flower. So this is when monitoring gets really fun and really difficult. Again, if we don't see everything, that's okay. And if we just write native bee, that's okay. But we're just trying to get a general idea of how many bees we're attracting. Some really cool tiny bees, all very small. And we're almost done. We've gotten through all of our big bees, like our bumblebees, our carpenter bees, our longhorn bees, our turret and digger bees. Then we went into our small, medium striped bee, which are leaf cutters and mining bees. Then we did our metallic and tiny bees. Now our last category is bees that look like wasps. So it's our cuckoo bees. These guys are really cool because, well, I guess it depends on who you ask, whether they're cool or not. But they are kleptoparasitic bees. So what they do is they're not as fuzzy because they don't care about collecting pollen for their offspring because they actually don't take care of them. What they do is they'll go into the nests of other bees and either kill the eggs or little baby bees in there, or they just lay their own eggs in there, and then when their offspring hatch, they kill the original bees and eat the pollen loaf that the mom had left for her offspring. So depends on who you ask whether that's cool or not, but it's very interesting to say the least. But they look more like wasps because, again, they're not collecting pollen for their young. They're just depositing their eggs in other bees' houses and eating up the food that was left for the original offspring. So they look more like wasps. Since they're not as fuzzy, they're not as much of key pollinators as the other bees. But what's interesting about seeing cuckoo bees is you know that you have presence of a lot of native bees because they need those native bees to prey upon, I guess, and to have that parasitic relationship. So it indicates that you have a healthy bee population if you're seeing cuckoo bees, and a lot of times the specific cuckoo bee species lines up with a specific family of bees that they interact with and kind of steal from. I Thank you. So one thing that's helpful about the cuckoo bees versus wasps is a lot of them have these kind of distinct triangular abdomens, whereas wasps have pointy abdomens, but they're more round. So you can see on this bee, it looks like you literally stuck a triangle on the bottom of it. That's pretty indicative of a cuckoo bee. So again, very triangular. This starts to look a little bit more like a wasp. So if you were to write wasp, that's okay. I probably would accidentally write wasp too. So, but they probably have a little bit more hair than a wasp does. Sometimes we have to take pictures and then use pictures to do identification later. Again, they start to look wasp-like. That's okay. If you're really not sure if it's a wasp or a bee, you can write Hymenoptera, and that way you're covered. It's a wasp/bee. You can write wasp/bee if you'd like, if Hymenoptera is too long to write. It's both the same thing. But when you see the bees with the triangle specifically, like the first couple, you know that that's a cuckoo bee. Those are the easiest to identify. So that's it for bees. Those are all the bees that you could see around Cape Canaveral. What was that? So we have bees and wasps, which look the most alike. Really quick, just to give the rundown. Wasps are actually, they're really closely related, right? They're all in the same order. Wasps are meat eaters. They'll eat other insects, whereas bees are vegetarians, or vegans, I guess. They just eat pollen and nectar. So they all evolved from the same, bees evolved from wasps. So originally they were all eating meat, and then flowering plants started to evolve, and bees were like, hey, let's do that. Let's go vegan. So they all went vegan and started using plants instead. But wasps are sleeker, they're hairless, they're predators. So they are a little bit more intense looking. They dangle their legs in flight. Meanwhile, bees are round. They're the flying Cheetos. They're a little bit klutzier. They're fluffy. They don't have to hunt. They just fly flower to flower. So there are little cotton candy with wings. Now, bees and flies can also get confusing. Flies only have 2 wings. Bees have 4, but that's not a great way to tell because their wings are all sort of clear looking, so it's hard to see. The main helpful difference is their eyes. So flies have those big eyes that kind of touch and meet. Bees have eyes on the sides of their heads. So that's the best way you can tell the difference is a fly eye versus a bee eye. And then bees tend to be fuzzier. Flies do have hairs. Flies have shorter, thicker antenna. Bees have longer bent antenna, especially a longhorn bee has really long antenna. And flies don't carry pollen. They tend to hover more, whereas bees kind of go flower to flower and don't hover in one place. And again, this is our roadmap. So when you're doing your monitoring, you see something on a flower that has wings, but you don't know what it is, you can write unknown flying insect and then get more and more specific from there. Same with the butterflies. We want to keep things general and accurate rather than specific and incorrect. So I would much rather have you write unknown bee or native bee than write the wrong group of native bee. But these are all of our morpho groups and all of the little tricks and tips. So honeybees are North America's iconic bee. We all know what a honeybee looks like, torpedo-shaped, kind of golden colored. Then we have bumblebees, big and fuzzy. Large carpenter bees have shiny butts. Longhorn bees have long horns. Turret and digger bees are like honeybee, bumblebee hybrids, so small bumblebees. Leafcutter bees are stocky with hairy bellies. Mining bees are a little slimmer with smooth bellies. And both leafcutter bees and mining bees are small, medium with stripes. Metallic bees are metallic. Tiny bees are teeny tiny. And cuckoo bees look like wasps. Okay, it's quiz time. Again, I guess this is going to be our example. So the question, is it a bee? Yes. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? This is one of our native bees. This is a big bee, and then specifically, it's a large carpenter bee. It's kind of hard to tell, but it does have a shiny butt. And actually, it's really cool what this bee is doing. It's nectar robbing So instead of having to crawl through the flower and get covered in pollen to get the nectar, it's actually cheating the flower and just using its mandibles to cut the flower open, drink the nectar out, and fly away without providing any pollinating services. So some hummingbirds and things do that in the tropics, but some of our big bees will do that. They'll be big bullies. So for all of the bees, all of our native bees, only females can sting. And none of them usually sting. None of the native bees usually sting. They're quite friendly because they don't have a hive to protect. I guess if anything, bumblebees are the only ones that kind of have a hive, so they might be a little grumpier, but the rest of them don't have anything to protect. So looking at this guy, is it a bee? Yes, this is a bee. It's covered in pollen. Yes. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? So this is a native bee. So based on the size and the coloring or the stripes, what group would we put this in? Yeah, so that's this flower. Oh, sorry about the microphone. So that's this flower. So this bee is probably like 0.3 inches. It has stripes. So we're going to put it in the small, medium striped bee category. It's hard to believe that that would be considered medium. You could put small striped bee, and that's fine, because it is quite small. We see this bee in our garden in Titusville a lot, and it has a smooth belly. So what small, medium striped bee group would it go in? Yes, so this would be in the mining bee group. It's actually, in that mining bee group, it's specifically a furrow bee. We see these guys in the garden a lot. But again, not expecting anybody to know it's a furrow bee. We just would probably write small, medium striped bee, and if you noticed its belly was smooth, then you would put mining bee. Okay, next. Is it a bee? Like the shore. It is a bee. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? Yes, it is a native bee. It's not golden. It's around the same size as a honeybee, but it's a little bit chunkier, stronger. So our overarching group, if it's kind of medium sized and striped, would be, yeah, so our small, medium striped bee. And then specifically, let's say it has a hairy belly. It's bouncing its bottom on the flower. Yeah, it would be a leafcutter bee. And I will say, butterfly ID is easier, like in the classroom. Bee ID, I think, is easier in the field because you can see how they're moving and what they're doing. And once you learn more about the groups, you can kind of key in on how they're flying and figure out what they are. Okay, so next bee. Oh, I already answered. It is a bee, okay. All right, is it a native bee or a honeybee? It is a honeybee. So it's golden, it's kind of torpedo-shaped. Another thing, honeybees like those grocery bags, those pollen loafs. So they'll make them into little balls and stick them on their thighs. So it is a honeybee. And that's the most important distinction. If you can tell what a honeybee is, you're good. You're ready to monitor. Okay, so now this one. Is it a bee? So it's tricky. So it is a bee. Yeah, wings can be really hard. I wouldn't go by wings, personally. It's too difficult for me to tell. So it is a bee. It could have been a wasp, but it is a bee. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? If it's red, yeah, it is a native bee. So it's red. It's like small, medium in size. This guy does have a hairy belly that you can't see in the photo. So what group would we put this bee in with a hairy belly? Yeah, so it's a leaf cutter bee, and then in leaf cutters we have, yeah, so it is a picture of a Florida pebble bee. Great job. But we can call it a color cutter because it's a leaf cutter and it's colorful. When we have a red bee like that, all of our red bees besides tiny bees and cuckoo bees go in the leaf cutter category. They're all color cutters, which is a word I made up for this monitoring. But I think it helps. They're colorful leaf cutter bees, so we call them color cutters. And yeah, specifically it's a Florida pebble bee, only found in our wonderful state of Florida. So next one, is this a bee? Oh, did I go backwards? I went backwards. No. What do we think it is? Yep, it's a wasp. Don't ask me what kind. I don't know my wasps. Okay, now this one, is it a bee? No. It is not a bee. What is it? Yeah, it has fly eyes. It's a fly. I think it's a plushback fly, but don't quote me. Okay, this was one that I caught. Is this a bee? It's still alive. I catch and release. He just looks very sad. Yes, it is a bee. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? Native bee. There you go. So that's our most important distinction. You got it. It's a native bee. Okay, what group would we put this bee in? So it has a triangular abdomen, and it's a bully. It steals things. So this is a cuckoo bee. It is kind of hard to tell. The photo is through a glass jar, so I will give you credit. It's a little tricky to tell. Okay, is this a bee? Yes, it's very fuzzy. Is it a native bee or a honeybee? Native bee, great job. And, okay, the overarching group according to the flow chart, is it a big bee or a small medium bee? It is a big bee. So this is our plant. I did bring this on. This is our plant that it's on. And it's taking up a good chunk of the flower. And that is considered a big bee. So bees are all really small. I guess they should really all be called small bees. But in our, lineup of bees, it's one of the biggest ones. And it's very fuzzy. So if it's a big bee and it's very fuzzy, what group would it be in? Yes, bumblebee. Perfect. Okay, next one. Is it a bee? Yes. Is it native or a honeybee? Native bee. Honeybees are not green and metallic. So our overarching group would be metallic bee. And then specifically, is it a metallic sweat bee or an osmia bee? Metallic sweat bee, because it's green. Great job. Okay, this one's tricky. Is it a bee? It is not a bee. It is a wasp. So you can see its abdomen is pointy. We talked about cuckoo bees, and the ones that we can easily ID have a pretty distinct triangle. This is just kind of comes to a point. So that one is a wasp. Mm-hmm.
Wasps are predators. What's it doing on the plant?
They do pollinate as well. Yeah. So they like to eat other bugs, but they're also game for a little bit of pollination. They're actually really, really important pollinators. Yeah, they're open to different foraging and activities. Wasps are really, really important pollinators too, but for our sake, we're just trying to encourage people to do more Florida-friendly and lagoon-friendly landscaping. So I didn't think wasps were the way to get people excited. I figured bees and butterflies are probably better groups to use. But again, thank you all so much for sitting through this entire monitoring training. You know all your bees now. Every single bee you could ever encounter. So thank you all so much. And we'll talk a little bit about the plants in the garden that we're going to go outside and explore in a few minutes.
All right. Okay. Hey, everybody. How's everybody doing? Good. All right. Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? All good? Okay. Yeah, so this is kind of the last little bit of the classroom, and then we're going to be moving outside soon. So we're getting there, hanging there. This point is just going to look at the native plants that are in the garden, the ones that were purposefully planted, and the ones that we've come across just through observation that are growing there. And then some of the pollinators. And just to let you know, the pollinators that are mentioned in here, it's just kind of like a brief overview. It's not a comprehensive going through every single plant and letting you know every pollinator that's there. But I get started. So this is the planting schedule for the rain garden. So this has a lot of detail in here, which we'll go see in person. And this is a list of the 11 native species that were planted. So over 900 plants, I think close to 1,000 actually, right, were installed. And there is an irrigation system to get those plants started. Generally, even native plants need a little guarantee of enough water until they have, gotten strong enough to be on their own there. There's no mow areas to protect those plants. And then there are some educational plaques, and I believe there will be more as well over the next few months. And then, let's see, this is, I noticed, I did recognize a couple faces that were here during the volunteer day where we came out and planted the last 400 or so plants in the garden. And then this here is what we'll be looking at on site. So you will see these are the native species. There are, I think, 7 in here of the 11. And so we'll be looking at, there's grasses, the cannas that are very colorful flowers, blue flag iris, cordgrass, viburnum, saw palmetto, and swamp sunflower. Some of these names may be familiar with Emily's presentations. She did talk about some of the plants that are hosts and that provide nectar. And so these are the other couple that were in that other picture. So saw palmetto again, we learned how valuable that can be for much wildlife. Swamp lilies, kuntis for the endangered Atala butterfly, and soft rush, which is a grass species. So I'm just going to go through this kind of quickly. This is just to show you all of those individual plants that we just looked at. Ironically, I'm going to start out with a plant that I couldn't really learn much about which insect pollinators because it's wind pollinated. So here's just a little curveball in here, but very important. Obviously, it has other ecological benefits to the area. Can take in a lot of water and stay in standing water and still be healthy. And another that is also wind pollinated. It does provide habitat for birds and other wildlife, though. Fakahatchee grass. Larval food plant for the Byssus skipper butterfly. So again, one that that Emily had talked about. And again, this is there are other pollinators that may benefit, but just wanted to give an example or two. And then swamp lily, and I think, sir, in the background you had mentioned early on about the hummingbird moth or the sphinx moth, and that is this is the larval host plant for this moth. So we have got them in there. So we may not be seeing those during survey, obviously during the day, but at night it's still an active garden and pollination and all going on. And we have cannas, so providing nectar for insects, bats, and hummingbirds. And very colorful too. And again, the saw palmetto. So this primarily is pollinated by bees. And again, as Emily had mentioned, provides just a host for so much wildlife, from the berries to the pollen. Swamp sunflower, again, another plant that's primarily pollinated by bees. Blue flag iris. So this is pollinated by the longhorn and bumblebees. So hopefully we'll get a chance to see some of these longhorn bees with those long antennas. And we'll have to rely on this plant maybe to give us a chance to know the difference between our bumble fuzzy butts and our mason smooth abdomen bees. And then dwarf Walter's viburnum. So this has kind of a mass of flowers that it produces. So obviously attracts many pollinators to it. And it just being at more of a hedge, a bushy shape, it kind of allows for birds and other wildlife as well. Slender goldenrod attracts, again, various pollinators, butterflies and bees. A nectar plant for monarchs and others. And Emily, I have a question for you. Actually, this picture, this is one of those kind of tricky ones that I looked at and thought, oh, that looked like a wasp when I first saw it. But now, kind of having gone through that, I kind of go, oh, maybe that is a bee there.
Yeah, so that would be a tiny bee.
Tiny bee?
Masked, so Hylias, there is a chance, but yeah.
Hylias, okay. A masked tiny bee then. All right, cool. And then there are some kunti out there as well. So in the rare Atala butterfly, so that's that food source for the larva of it. So we can all get excited when we see this kunti start to look kind of bad. We're like, yes, we know there's some activity happening. And then this is a list, and again, I'll go through a few of these. These are other native plants that we've noticed in the park over just the last couple months. So in this picture on the left is yellow wood sorrel. So a lot of these are very common considered weeds that you might find just kind of on any kind of along the sidewalk or in your yard, but potentially can be beneficial to pollinators and other wildlife. And then the other is cudweed on the right. And then, of course, when we go out to the park, all those beautiful live oaks that are out there. And here I have that. It's the larval host for the red-banded and white M hairstreak butterflies, and then also the southern oak hairstreak as well, right? And probably a good opportunity maybe to even look for some of those mimicker butterflies as well. And if you have anything to add, Emily, please do. Spanish needles, or Biden's alba, that Emily had passed around with the little white petals on it. So a nectar source for a lot of pollinators. For butterflies and bees, I do notice this kind of everywhere right now in flower. It's the one that has the little seeds that get caught on your pants pretty easily. But yes, a very beneficial plant for pollinators. Frog fruit, which again, this one was passed around today, that tiny little flower. So the larval host plant for the common buckeye, the fan crescent, and the white peacock butterflies. A nectar source for bees as well. So, and I believe this is a metallic sweat bee. Is that right in the picture?
I think it might be a tiny bee.
A tiny bee?
It's so small.
Okay.
It would be easier to tell in real life, but yeah, I think that might be our Florida small carpenter bee.
Small carpenter bee. Oh, yeah.
Just because
That's
it's
shiny.
so tiny, because that flower is so tiny. If it was bigger, then yeah, definitely a metallic sweat bee.
And then pellitory, which also cucumber weed sometimes is called, it's a host for the red admiral butterfly. And you can eat it too. I don't recommend right near the sidewalk, but it really does taste like cucumbers. But if you have kidney stones, don't eat it. And then I believe this is lastly the pepperweed. And this one is very commonly seen too. It has little seeds on it. And they actually they've been used as a substitute for pepper. I think it's in the mustard family, so it's a very strong flavor to it. But pollinated by a variety of insects, and larval hosts for the checkered white and the great southern white butterflies. So I imagine we'll see a lot of them out there as well. And then I think we're moving right into what is next. Holly's going to come up and share.
Yeah, so we're just about to get ready to go out and check out the site and talk more about surveying and just sort of kind of practice what it is that we'll be doing we'll be doing some fun things too. But When we have actually two kind of survey locations that we'll be doing at the site. There'll be like a designated length of walking for our surveying. I think Emily mentioned this before, but we pollen bees and butterflies are out during the day, like midday. So we're thinking of around 11 o'clock, either between 11 or noon will be like our start time. And we're going to try to survey every other week or twice a month starting the first week in June. And we'll do that continuously probably through September, maybe October. And then as we get into fall and some of the cooler months, we'll just go to once a month. But we'll have a survey track that runs along the length of where the rain garden is, where all the plants have been put in, and then a survey track that's identical on the other side of the park, but that doesn't have any of the plants. And this is just so we can kind of compare the two sites. Basically, the northern site will be like what the park looked like before they started all the construction and putting in the plants. And then the southern part will be where all the plants are so we can see the differences. Like Emily said before, we're collecting this data so that way we can show the benefits of Florida-friendly landscaping or lagoon-friendly landscaping, and why you might want to put these plants into your own home or garden. And so if we can kind of compare two sites that are very different but in the same area, we can show why you potentially want to put in these native plants, and collecting data that we can show long-term what the pollinators and the diversity of pollinators that we'll see over time. We do plan on having like a kit that will be stored here where you'll come collect before you go out to survey, and that will have data sheets, field guides. It has some binoculars in it, like everything you would need to actually go out and survey. And because it's going to be stored here, right now surveying has to occur like Monday through Friday at 11 or noon. And Mandy and I will be working with you to schedule the times, because we have to have not a lot of wind, and then having it be sunny, mostly sunny, for when we'll actually be going out. So there's some kind of weather considerations as well. So again, this is the survey location. We'll get to walk out and see it in a little bit. We also wanted to incorporate documentation of other wildlife that you'll see. So there will be, after doing the official pollinator surveying, we're going to be asking people to do like a 5-minute survey of just documenting all the wildlife that you see, whether that be butterflies, squirrels, birds, bees, anything like that. Because some of the areas that we're going to be the actual survey transect, or where you'll be walking, we won't be able to see or document all of the butterflies because there's a huge area where there's gravel, where a lot of like the cannas are and other flowery plants, which won't be technically part of like the scientific survey, but we still want to be able to say, hey, I see a white butterfly over there. So we're going to sort of have like a separate survey that will just be looking at basically collecting qualitative data. So saying, yes, we've seen these kind of groupings of animals at the site as well. That's not necessarily within the transect site. Because we want to be able to collect as much data as we can, but also need to kind of stick to the sort of the protocol set aside as far as for the monitoring of the pollinators. So as far as other resources for identification, we are going to be including a lot of field guides in the kit that you'll be able to take out. So that will have a lot of pictures and everything of the bees and butterflies. You also have your guide that was handed out, and there'll be another copy that's included in the kit. But there's also a bunch of other places where you can go and find information about identification and just practicing, including these. And can share this PowerPoint with you afterwards. And then hopefully, as you're just thinking about, being out in the garden and being part of this project and just telling people about what you're doing, you're also helping to support pollinators at home. So maybe you'll be motivated to include some of these plants like in your own garden if you're able to, but just also thinking of other ways to kind of reduce or to conserve water, reduce I guess trash and water and other things going into local storm drains, and just thinking of all the things that we can do to be kind of more sustainable within our lives. And again, these are just a couple other resources for other organizations that promote not only like native landscaping, but also talk about, in this last bullet point, green stormwater infrastructure. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection has a whole website dedicated to green stormwater infrastructure and talks about all the different types of projects like a rain garden that's sort of encompasses under that. And they have webinars and a lot of case studies where they take pictures across the state of these types of infrastructure projects being incorporated into different cities and stuff. So that is the end of the official training as far as all of the mounds of information that we're giving you here. And I just want to thank Emily for all of the information because she really took this on at her Titusville office, and we're really excited to have her bring this here. I know that even just looking at the PowerPoints for the first time a couple weeks ago and then listening today, I know that I've already learned a lot. So thank you so much, Emily. So we're gonna go out to the site so you guys can see what it looks like, and we're gonna do a little bit of activity, sort of just to practice identification and walking what the transect will be. And I also, I didn't mention before, but when we are organizing our first sampling of coming out, both Mandy and I, and probably Emily as well, we'll be coming out with you. So we're all going to be learning together and kind of working on this project together. So don't feel like I'm throwing you out there and just saying good luck. We're going to be working with you throughout this process too, because we're learning as well, and excited to kind of get out there too to document. So why don't we take 5 minutes we're going to be leaving here, so we're not going to come back to this room. So if you want to leave your clipboards or any pieces of paper that you didn't write on this table here, we'll keep those. And if you want to put anything in your car, we can just walk to the site. It's literally a block away. So we're going to walk to the site and check it out. But this is your time to use the restroom, put stuff in your car if you need, and we'll just meet right outside underneath the big awning at the front door.